because it's going to my room right now. And I was also late. Like, we were stuck in traffic, and then we didn't find it, and then, yeah, like. I called an Uber, it took 15 minutes, they canceled. I called another one, the guy, they say he called about 10 minutes. They just passed my door. Oh. Then he need traffic. He usually Uber to work? Yeah, because last year, like November. Oh, I remember, yeah, you just told me. Okay. Oh, yeah, straight going there. Oh, okay. Do you know if it's possible that this will help mine?
If it's this one, then probably not.
Yeah, right, there's nothing.
Yeah.
1 second, yeah. You just slowly test, right?
Yeah. That's the connection, so it's this here. But you screw it on, so unless you have like a cord, then
Was it in the package?
no.
Okay, then not.
It's just
Yeah, I will just read some more.
okay.
One side tribes like Mexico. I was such a general. behind this, there's the guest. I will also use my computer, but sometimes because I'm going live, and my Facebook will probably not show me the same as the other users. Yeah. SAP Next Gen. Like this, there's a big banner. And we are live there. For live, it's not really testing. Would it be that cool the whole day? Like the AC? It's quite cold.
Now, yes, maybe when the people would come to places that are professional settings, that when they drink, they can go down.
Yeah.
Just needs to go.
Nie pokazuję ekranu. Secondo cosa la live.
Yeah, it works, definitely, but it wasn't from my phone. I need to prove that it's working with my phone.
Wow.
I'm not sure why it's just waiting for us.
Maybe it's too far.
I don't know why it's just waiting
What's the problem?
The links on the website isn't working.
Oh, screen there.
Yeah. Probably. No idea. I think there's two different links. Смысл это скопировал там вчера. Да.
Is there a different thing that's... Oh, that's the Yeah, it's just this.
I think the battery should be fine.
It should be, but don't turn it off from time to time because I don't get the spare one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got this one.
It's on this point here. Ah, okay. And the live stream is. Sorry.
I currently work. Okay, so what was it? Actually, so if you're interested, yeah. Oh, really? All right. Well, we're pushing around engineers. Also, people that are good with photography. So. All right. You want to start? How big is it? think the only thing that is better than drinking ice cream is wine. Like,
I'm wondering if you could like actually find ice cream, taking care of making like only the ice cream. Like even if
yeah, they're on
Harry Potter, right?
yeah.
He used the money to like get pigs and animals for his farmhouse and all ice cream. Ice cream.
just thinking like how it's like no one's really going no ice cream in the city, that's how you want like like just seeing people walk like, oh that's ice cream.
Or you could be really mean and you could use an ice cream truck and then do the bell thing that never stops.
Oh man, like drive around in the neighborhood at 6 o'clock.
Say ice cream.
Yeah.
You know how they do this the distinctive sound? Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking that yeah.
So like financially.
Well, I guess what you could do is Accelerator rental and then is just rent out an Airbnb. It's probably good for like $200 a month.
And then it has to be less
it's not like the big cool like one of the all with all the popcorn and the sausage.
It's like actually I can imagine oh wow.
So I would assume a small amount.
So,
You're trying to very
the ice cream. There has not been crazier idea of just transporting the air, like capturing the air. I think there was a parody by Red Point Ventures where they had this girl, this like music or show in the air. It's like, I don't know what else. Air is like 78% nitrogen and oxygen. And there's also a certain amount of energy, like I don't know what it is. And he was saying all that. And so she was saying that different place on Earth probably have somewhat different energy, but the air just wasn't bottled up and transported. And for that, you would need an engine putting the health on. It's almost enough money.
Yeah, so I saw it.
yeah, like in shape, you know, those things.
But then it's gone after.
Yeah, exactly.
Another second. It's gone.
Yeah.
All right.
No. That's it.
They could just put up empty jars and say that they're full of air. You can label it whatever. Like I put it not so much time. Also, like, kind of just did because, aside from the entrance, that's the only reason that people go.
And there's no. Oh, you're here. I was looking at and I heard this.
But that's like fancy.
I'm like, oh. And I said,
I'm probably gonna have to go to work. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm definitely today. So let's check the agenda today. Today, closing remarks. Yeah, I'm gonna be back by 5 because I wanna hear the closing remarks and hear from information.
did you have any?
Oh yeah, so I think the three results were kind of like flying. Alright, fine. Awesome. We were just discussing whether
Oh, there's a
our song. Yeah, I chose that one too.
So those are the things that any of them enjoy.
speaker group that is joining us, and they'll be here in less than a minute, so we'll wait them and we'll start. Thank you.
Scavenger hunts do something fun. So,
That's better. Just change the color of my hair yesterday.
like, you,
Yeah, just for yeah, so I can wash it out after 2 and wash it just for you. Okay, hackathon should be fine. You want to have
This color, like, it's
that's what I said. I wanted to have something darker. Let's see what I
But using like some
your hair is covered with red color. Is the same as
trying to figure out how to that's my biggest issue. I always have the biggest how to I'm so small. I know how to do currently
I think that plan on that slide was like doing that high school stuff. That's not that's But think about it. From here to say Yosemite, it's maybe a 1.5 hour flight. Right? So there's this airport, Mariposa. You land in Mariposa, and from there it's maybe a 30-minute drive. Right? Usually these small airports are very accommodating. They have restaurants.
So finally, Christina, I will be here to camp and how you define your short-term goals.
Louder.
Okay. So it's great that we have a NASA Earth Science representative to welcome you in a bit. But first, I would like to invite the Silicon Valley organizing team to officially open the event. So please welcome Irina and Danilo.
Hi everyone. Thank you for joining us and coming on time. Sorry for the delay. I want to share with you first how we actually came to organize this event. Uh, as you may notice, we are not originally from America. We are coming from Macedonia, Europe. 5 years ago, it was actually the first time me coming in the United States, and just for the reason of trying to get this event happening on more locations. So it was 2012 when it was first alive, and I decided to go to NASA and try to ask for this event happening on more locations as it was happening the first year. Uh, the one single thing that I learned from this experience and why I actually want to work in space was that reaching and innovating for space where there are so many things are scarce and are not available, you're actually pushing your personal boundaries and you are achieving much higher things that you would achieve ever in life. So for example, I was trying to get a meeting. I sent more than 30 emails and I didn't get a response back of how we can do this. So I put my savings on, I bought a ticket, I get a visa, and I traveled 10,000 miles for a single meeting to NASA that I haven't even scheduled. When I reached out the reception desk, the receptionist was like, okay, this is not happening. They gave me the phone to call the person that was in JPL in Pasadena that I had in mind that might be the suitable contact for this. I was completely wrong. Anyhow, she answered. When she learned my story, she said, okay, wait, I'll come down. We hit off very well. She took me to the event and to the location and everything. She connected with the right person. The next year, 2013, we bring this event in our country. In the next following two years, we initiated, supported local teams to more than 15 locations in Europe. And last year, we applied for doing it in Silicon Valley. So that was a very big challenge for us, but we did it very successfully. I want here to thank our partners SAP that helped us with that. And this year, we were selected for being one of the main stages of this event. So I hope all of us will follow our example and will do something similar throughout this weekend. We are definitely on the right place and with the right people. So thank you.
Okay, my turn now. Okay, so as far I think that most of you actually know, I'm Anita Kirkowska. I'm following this whole experience this weekend. As probably most of you know me because I have been sending in emails for you to come back to me. So if I was a little harsh with the email, I'm sorry. It was okay. It was just for your organization. So Irina mentioned some general things and actions that we did in order to stand here in front of you in order to have the main stage for this year. But I would like to share something from my perspective in terms of when Irina started the NASA Space Challenge in Macedonia. I was second year at my faculty. And I was events there, mostly because my background is computer science, and I was organizing events where I connected students in IT companies and on stage. And Marina was actually participating on one of my events there, and she invited me to join her on this journey. So, luckily, I said yes. So it was really amazing. We are organizing this event 5 years until now, and this year we are second time here in Silicon Valley. And I will just shortly share one story with you that I was thinking it yesterday that I need to say it to you. So 5 days ago, I was invited to dinner at a friend's house on Sunday evening, and apparently they are organizing this type of dinners every week. So uh, they invite the space community here, and they invite someone to share their experience. So we were at this dinner, and the host then stood up and he said, "Okay, so every time we have dinner, we have question of the night." So the question of the night was, what did you took for granted when you were young that you would pay now to get it back? And as people started to answer that question, I was just thinking, overthinking, what did I took for granted and everything. And suddenly I just saw it there that most of the people in that group was much more older than me. And I was just, okay, the things that they're saying, their answers, is my present right now. So when my turn came up, I was just like, okay, I want to be grateful for this moment, for being here at Silicon Valley, having you guys here, doing this whole event, being with representatives from NASA. Thank you for being here. So in that direction, I just want to thank you, all of you, for being here, and the rest of the 31 people that are joining us now because they missed the directions. So, and looking 5 or 10 years from now, I would like you to say, I didn't took anything for granted. I used even the hackathon. I used my opportunities here. I talked with as many people as I could on this event. Please talk to the speakers. Please talk to the panelists. You can speak with me about everything. Me and Ben will be sharing something else after this, I think. So yeah, welcome, and I hope that you will have a great time. Thank you.
We are the Space Up Challenge. And when we hack together. And when we hack together. When we hack together.
Is it there?
These are challenges and ideas will change the world. We can change our future. We can see our future in space.
Are you ready to problem solve at Space House?
Are you ready to problem solve at Space House?
We will make our planet better by uniting and solving problems that it needs.
We will make our planet better by looking at the NASA data sets and finding solutions to some of the challenges we are facing here on Earth.
We will make our planet better by coming together to explore, create, and innovate. The world needs your ideas. The world needs your ideas. Bring your independence, skills, creativity, and imagination. Let's have fun.
Watch out. Space Ops can change your life.
Space Action!
See you there.
So now let's hear a few words from Senior Advisor in NASA's Earth Science Division, Dr. Patricia Nickelberg. We appreciate you spending the whole weekend here with us and sharing your vision on how to face Earth challenges and the future direction of this hackathon.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. When I was asked if I could do this event, I said, oh yeah, I think so. What I would like to do is to spend a couple of minutes talking about Earth, why it is such an important thing to study, and what we can do here together. Earth is a complex place, always has been, always will be. The challenges are great. NASA has a tremendous amount of data, and I checked this morning, 25 petabytes are out there, freely accessible, open, and available to you to solve some of the world's greatest challenges. The problems are complex. The Earth system is interconnected in ways that we're beginning to understand, but every time you uncover a new connection, you begin to understand that there's another one underneath it that needs attention. This is going to be something that is going to take long-term commitment to study. The challenges are great. The importance is high. We all know how important it is to study Earth, to understand how the systems work, what they do for the planet, what actions in one part of the planet will do in other parts of the planet, and on and on. And NASA's role has been to figure out how to push the boundaries forward in providing satellite observations and other types of observations that allow us to know what's going on, and therefore to inform decisions that know what to do about it and how to react to it. The impact of that kind of study is and always has been profound. When I started in science, there weren't any satellites looking at. I remember Sputnik. Oh boy, was that a wake up call. I also remember July 20th, 1969. And that was the day, I didn't know it then, but that was the day that started me on the path that led me now to be part of NASA. I work with an amazingly talented group of people, and it is a privilege and an honor to be there. They're incredibly busy. When I first joined NASA, after having spent a lot of time being a field scientist and a teacher and running global change programs at another agency, I joined NASA, and the first thing I noticed was that people had to run down the hall to get from one meeting to the next. And the second thing I noticed is that they were smiling while they did it. It's not just a joke. Working in science and in space technology and engineering, I don't know anybody who does not find it to be a vocation as well. However, that doesn't mean it's the only thing we do. The people that I work with and the people that I encounter on this journey also have full, rich lives in which they are musicians, artists, dancers, teachers, actors, potters, you name it. There are scientists and engineers out there doing it because that's what recharges their batteries after a day of running to and from meetings or trying to unravel a particularly thorny problem to solve. So let me finish by simply saying I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad to see the level of commitment. I'm glad to see the brain trust in this room and around the world, because we are now around the world. You'll hear more about that from others, but I believe at last count, we had 200 sites and in 70 countries, all doing this at the same time that you are. That's phenomenal. That's really phenomenal. So I know you want to get on to the business of thinking about your challenges and building them. So I would simply tell you what the component parts of it are. We measure quantities that the Earth needs so that we can understand the processes, connect them with other systems, and finally present to the world potential solutions. Everything you do here is the same thing that people do around the world when they study science and engineering, when they practice it. You create new knowledge. Now take that in for a second. You create new knowledge and new approaches to solving problems that the world faces, or to enhancing the lives of people around the world. What you do here today and over the course of this weekend could very well improve the lives of every individual on the planet. There is no greater challenge. Thank you.
Welcome to Mars on Earth. This is the site of the high seas habitat where crews live and work like astronauts would on Mars in order to learn and prepare for long-duration interplanetary missions. Right now, Mission 5 is underway. Come in and take a tour of our hab. Here's our workshop and storage container. It's attached to the airlock where we suit up and decompress to go outside. Over here past the bathroom is the lab, where the crew can work on their personal research. Upstairs, we each have our own room. And here's the main area of the hab. This is where we work, eat, exercise, have crew meetings, work on projects, and relax together. We're on our own here for 8 months. But we're not really alone. There's a team of people supporting the mission and the research. We do a lot here that's relevant to life on Earth, like research on teamwork and resource conservation. In the hab, all our energy comes from these solar panels, and all our water comes from these tanks. We adapt our way of life to conserve water and power. What we can do depends on the weather. On sunny days, we can cook however we want and do energy-intensive experiments. On cloudy days, we only have enough power for critical systems. Here on Mars, we work together every day to do experiments, explore our surroundings, and maintain the hab.
Data outcome, measurement about 48 inches and 3/4. Copy that, Jen.
And not just with our crew. We work with a team of mission support to get information, operate the mission, and solve our problems. This weekend, we're going to be working on the same challenges as scientists, artists, engineers, students, and thousands of people of all backgrounds all across the world. So we have some extra challenges for you. Include someone with different skills from yours. Make a connection to someone far away who is working on the same problem as you. Finally, 48 hours is a long time. So take care of yourself to keep up your energy. Eat some healthy food, get some rest, and remember to keep moving. You are about to spend your weekend pushing the boundaries of space and earth science. We are part of a global community of people contributing to the exploration and study of space, including our home planet. For this weekend and beyond, so are you.
We just watched the video for the NASA Flight Space Exploration and simulation field in the internet. And now I would like to introduce you to our storytellers, Matt and Anita, who you can use to share your space story.
Matt, Anita, you there?
Matt, Anita.
Hi guys.
Hi everyone.
I changed all the way. Okay, it's me. So storytelling. Every year at SpaceX, we try to share as much as stories as we can reach to people that are participating on our events, and also from mentors and from speakers and from the whole organization that takes place. So we believe that sharing information through storytelling merges with emotions, and we think that we can share our experience and our vision and our goals more deeply with our audience. So we are trying to use hashtags, we're using live videos, we're using pictures that describe everything that is going on out here. We try to dress like astronauts, show the thing they are. Okay. So Matt will tell you more about what we have done in the past 5 years and how we were doing that. And he will present something that we are going to do today as well and the rest of the days, so for the hackathon. So I would like to invite you all to share your stories and to come and say whatever passion you have, whatever motivates you to come here on this hackathon and to build your space project. So Matt, thanks.
Thank you. Hi everyone. So I'm Matt Scott. I'm a digital storyteller with Second Use and Innovation Agency, but also with the Space Apps Global Organizing Team. And of all the things that we said, all the wisdom we've heard already through Space Apps, I think for me, the one phrase that resonates most is that we are the Space Apps Challenge. I'll repeat that again. We are the Space Apps Challenge. And if everyone can say it with me on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. We are the Space Apps Challenge. That's right. Thank you.
I think that you can do that.
One more time?
Yeah, one more time,
All right.
louder.
We are the Space Apps Challenge.
One more, I'm not satisfied.
We are the Space Apps Challenge.
Come on, guys.
We are the Space Apps Challenge. Amazing. And I think for me, the big part of that is the we, because it's not just the two of us. It's not just the people in this room, but it is more than 21,000 people worldwide in 200 plus cities in 70 countries. And it's all of us coming together to not just participate in space apps and in a hackathon, but to collaborate and then to innovate for the purpose of making our world a better place, because the world needs our ideas, and each and every one of us has the power to contribute our ideas to make our Earth a better place. I think storytelling is so important because it's our way of letting others know that they have the opportunity to contribute, to be part of something bigger than themselves, to contribute to space apps overall. Last year, we reached 25 million people using the hashtag SpaceApps on social media alone. And this year, we're encouraging you to not just use hashtag SpaceApps on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you are on social media, but also to join us in our storytelling pod, which is a clearly labeled room in the back of this space. And we invite you to answer questions about why Earth science is so important to you, why space apps is important to you, why you're here. So actually, before we wrap up, one thing we wanted to do is actually use the hashtag.
Can we use the hashtag right now, right?
Okay.
Can we do a selfie, guys? Yeah, okay.
Great, so we'll see.
Okay.
Out there on the side. Everyone smile. Actually, if you're in the back, stand up so we could definitely see you.
And we have some models joining. Okay.
Yeah, definitely stand up so we could see you in the selfie, and we'll tweet it out on the main Space App channels to thousands of people, and hopefully the millions of people see it on social media and it goes viral. So. Okay. All right.
3, 2, 1. Yeah. Now. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Okay, so we can continue, Tina? Yeah? Okay. So, just to be clear, the storytelling booth is behind the hall. You can buy beer mat right there. We want to hear all your stories, everything that you want to share with us. We will have amazing speakers today. We will have also one speaker who was last year a participant in Pasadena, and actually she built her own company after this hackathon, and she will share with you her experience for everything, for how they meet on the same hackathon, and how they build their space online. So thank you again, and we can continue with the agenda and see you all. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
So now I would like to invite a representative of our partner last year and this year, Dr. Schmidt of SAP.
All right, thanks everybody. Welcome everyone. We are not SAP ground now, but tomorrow and the day after you will spend your time at SAP. I hope everyone has a decent idea what SAP is. So we are a known company and we operate mostly in the backend. So you don't see us all, unfortunately, but we will change that. But coming back to the hackathon and why we are participating in supporting such an amazing event as NASA together, is because our company is built on the entrepreneurial spirit. So our founders kind of have this. They went to their customers, they looked over their shoulder, what's their problems, and then they build products for them. And this is what we facilitate every day in SAP as well. So we work together with our customers. This is our spirit. So we have here an innovation center in Silicon Valley. We have a whole labs location here in Silicon Valley. We're close to Silicon Valley, we're close to Stanford, we're close to the researchers, so we can get an exchange driven with them. This is what drives our project. I'm not sure if we have more slides, but we don't have this nice good for you. So we have a couple of topics where we say, okay, this is something you want to focus on, all these trending things you know, right? Technologies and using us like blockchains, machine learning, future of work, very important for you guys here in the room. These are topics that drive us. Do we have a solution? No, not yet. Do we want to find a solution? Definitely. And this is what we are. So this is why we all invite you to give you some space, some environment, to experience all the outer space environment, and help you to leverage technology to get something better for you, for the people out there, for your families, and this is what life says. I'm very, very happy to welcome you to SAP. Later today, you will hear a little bit more about the company maybe, so I will skip this for now because we are running out of time. And welcome and enjoy the time here for the hackathon. Looking forward to the results. Thanks.
So now we are going to have a 2-minute break.
We need to accommodate the large group that just came of 35 people, so we'll let them in and we'll continue with the keynote for the program. So please sit. Yeah.
So myself is the single most responsible person for helping us get this event where it is right now and on this level. Michael Bradley, upgrade level for Speak Up, will talk to us about the Space Earth conference.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Elena, for the opportunity today. Of course, this is my collection of thoughts and knowledge, like Dr. Jacob mentioned before, and it doesn't come only from myself. So I really want to acknowledge here um, from my parents to my husband and my children, who are great mentors to me, as well as the next generation, to my colleagues at the Space Portal at NASA Ames Research Center, in particular Dr. Dan Brassky, who is an extraordinary supporter and one of the best mentors I've ever had, which is why I still am at NASA. The other day I was talking to him and he very kindly said, you know, you represent the new NASA, and I didn't appreciate it on the moment when he said that, but it stuck with me, and I really realized, oh my gosh, that was such an honor for him to say that to me. So I was hoping he was going to be here, but I doubt he was. The other thing I hesitated about, so I want to talk about the Space Earth Conference. And another conversation I had recently was about the difference between empathy and compassion. And interestingly enough, a recent study shows that what we really need to build is compassion. Empathy is more like, oh, I recognize this, I move on. Compassion is really stopping, opening your heart, allowing yourself to be vulnerable and connect and truly care. And so I think beyond technology, beyond economics, beyond anything else, what we really need right now at this conference point between space and Earth is compassion. And so I want to talk a little bit about Earth now, and then space, and then a couple of conference examples. By no means comprehensive. You guys can come up with 100,000 billions of ideas there, and then a little bit a message from the future. So let's go by just the right. Okay, you click on Earth now. Earth now. Yeah. No. Just no. Okay. So an astronaut
was very dear to my heart, Wako. He had cancer, and this was the last recording he had. I hesitate to look it because it's a really sad story, but I think the message is very powerful, and it's exactly what I'm talking about, is opening that heart and the compassion. So, okay.
Some other spacecraft, something, because which what we have now is going to be finished. As an astronaut, you feel excluded to a particular group of people. And those are the people which have the majority. They are you, not being aware of the danger in which we live. But now suppose I'm going to change all of you. Suppose I can transfer the experience which I have to you. Then you would go out and see the earth, and you would see the blue sky. Not the blue sky which you see when you're outside. In space you see that you're the only one. You're on the planet. You have no spare. And so you have to take care of this one on our planet. Our earth has cancer. I have cancer too. And most people with cancer, they die. But in fact, everybody will die. We'll be making enough people to continuously survive mankind on the earth. We need to conserve our own planet. And you, when you have, I say, the spirit and the insight and the attitude of an astronaut, you start to love the earth in a way other people can't. And if you really love something, you don't want to lose it. You know, my wife, she doesn't want to lose me. She wants to do everything. So she's a sailor. That's the love and attitude which humankind should get to the earth. We do not have 50% of our roofs covered with solar. We do not have more than half of our cars electric. We certainly do not have a production in which there is a reasonable amount of material recycled. We don't have all these things. And then the question comes, okay, well, what's wrong? But what's wrong is the mindset. I am sure, but I can't claim it. But when I heard 18 April 2013 that I had a very bad cancer, that kidney cancer, and also changed into a circulatory, which means that, you know, I just slip through all kinds of things. And the doctor, beautiful doctor, he just said you have a fair amount of time. And of course, I each time asked, he said, what does fair mean? And then he was not very accurate, but he said, well, months, maybe a year. I got over a year. And a good year, because I believed there's a good future. And I believed, you know, you can do things with the power, with the mind power. We people, coming from the same molecules out of one bloody strong star which bursted out, we who have developed over billions of years life. Life is made by we humanity are so strong that we can save the earth, but we also can destroy it. Even a small thing does something.
So my connection to the Netherlands is that I've done my PhD there, and I really love the country and their strong commitment to green as well as compassion to nature. So that's why I have an additional connection to Morocco. So two things that I wanted to, at least I wanted to capture from that is again that compassion, but the mentality, the mindset and the fact that each of us individually, we may feel so small or insignificant or lacking power. And that's not true. We can change so much around us. We just have to have that mindset. And that's very important. And it's like people before me said, we're connected to this event worldwide. That's very powerful. And it's not only that, but it's a positive connection that we need to maintain and build upon. So here's what I think Morocco had in mind in terms of why the Earth has cancer, right? So let's look a little bit at technology impacts, right? And the short-sightedness versus the long-term ability to make an assessment on impact of technology. So this comes from technology ethics, written by another Dutch author. And again, these are not my words, so I read them because they put modern technology propelled by the forces of market and politics has enhanced human power beyond anything known or even dreamed of before. It is a power over matter, over life on Earth, and over man himself, and it keeps growing at an accelerated pace. But lately, the other side of the triumphal advance has begun to show its face with popular tweets that seem hard to counter. The net product of these threats is the overcasting of nature, environmental and perhaps human as well. Thresholds of processes initiated by us may be reached in one direction or another with points of no return. So there's always the good and the bad. And so we're in the middle and we need to make sure that this has to do with due diligence and the ability to be aware that whatever solution we may come, whatever idea we may have, where's the bias? Are we biased because it's our own solution? That's what statistics says in a lot of studies. Can we take a step out and look into that and say, hey, can I really be realistically assessing my solution and really look at the negative side of it? That's really important. So a couple of examples in this. Originally we thought we had, problems as humanity, right? Such as food preservation, crop protection, energy availability and affordability, increased food supply. We really need to use technology to solve these problems, right? So we came up with fluorofluorocarbons, synthetic insecticides, wood, coal, oil extraction, sodium and potassium fertilizers. And so here's the consequence that we're seeing, the long-term impact that all these people before are talking about, and there's several studies put out there. Stratospheric ozone depletion, adverse effects on animals and humans, deforestation, global climate change, late eutrophication, too much nutrients that deplete oxygen out of the environment. So this is a study from a university study that shows really nicely an integrated picture of all these systemic effects that we see in terms of changes in Earth's climate, depletion of fresh water, pollution of the oceans, problem of waste disposal, air pollution, the greenhouse effect that we all talk about, as well as the destruction of the ozone layer, land pollution, the destruction of the soil cover, which is important to agriculture, but and nutrients in the food chain, the world which leads to the world food problem, and impoverishment of biodiversity. In fact, Earth has ecosystem services, and they're organized in 4 categories: supporting, provisioning, regulating, and culture. Yes, our emotional and social well-being is right there as an ecosystem service for Earth. And in fact, the United Nations has run studies, and please go and check the 2005 Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. And just to show you the impact, the data, the collected data on the impact of these technologies. So out of the 24 ecosystem services shown out there, 15 are under severe degradation. That was in 2005. This is a study done worldwide by more than 2,000 scientists. So it's a peer-reviewed study, and I encourage you to read it because it's really, really important to have that information. Now, okay, enough with the negatives. So what are we doing now? And what are the hopes, and not only the hopes, but active solutions that having this awareness that we can about? United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals. There's millions of young people such as you around the world that are working on all these goals that really address the good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, um, reduce inequality. All these ecosystem services now reflected into these are development goals that we really need to work worldwide to put together knowledge platforms, and not only data. It's not only the data and the science, that's extremely important, but let's think of COP21 and what the agreement there, or what the problem there was. We really need to have active solution and see a reversion of all these effects in the next 10 years. So we don't have 30 years to analyze data. We really need to develop at the same time the data, the solutions, and the incentives that motivates people to adopt these solutions. Having that awareness in mind of what is long-term impact, because we don't want to solve a problem and create 10 problems down the line. So that's really tricky and important. The need for global changes, again, it's not only at the technology level. So we were really, if you look global-wide at many, many different countries, what's outdated is not only the infrastructure, but the incentives are really wrong a lot of the time, as well as the mindsets. How many times have you been in a situation where you've been judged before you even open your mouth and you said something? Think of that. So it's time for us to reinvent ourselves. And so replacing those infrastructures with cohabitation, then we go back, reconnect to nature, to compassion, and then use the technology when and where appropriate. Can we replace incentives with self-motivation? What drives us, not only for us, and my mentor, again, Dan, has a really good saying that goes like this: do not use your life to serve your ego. Use your ego to serve you. That's really important. And that brings in that compassion that we need to have beyond ourselves. Right? Go. And then replacing mentalities with co-creation. I have been in conversations where when people are really open, it was amazing. There was no other, hidden agendas under the people. It was really like, how do we solve this problem together? There's no politics. There's no other interests. There's really just that dedication of the here at the table. Let's try to find something together and put it to good use. So that was is Earth now? Again, a glimpse. Let's see what happened in space.
近代传媒宇宙starting. Also, ship was on the wall. 6 months ago. 16 months ago. Some years ago. And months ago. And months ago. 3, 2, 1. Supply International Space Station. All stations have mission is successful red and nice. Thank you for the ratifying. You are perfect. Capture it. Driving your store on purposely ability to deliver and return significant amounts of cargo to a train space station. It's Please visualize ourselves.
I hope you like the energy in this video. And by the way, I'm not advertising for SpaceX. There's so many more companies. I just love the music. And even if this is the CRS2 and it's a little bit old, I really like the music in this video. So I hope it compensates a little bit with the sentence that I opened my talk. Because again, there's always hope, right? And how do we build on that? So Dr. Jacoberto mentioned the first image of Earth from space. That was it. That's a V2 rocket. That was the first collection when we humanity had a first glimpse of how do we look from the outside. Hey, we're not the center of the universe. We're really, a tiny little spot out there. And yeah, it looks, like a white, but we've come such a long way from that image. And so I wanted to, capture a question. So this every business has a logo since, we've been doing business in space since 1946. That was when that image came first. And another, couple of, and it's global, right? It's not just the US. It's the Russian, the Japanese, the French, you name it, right? And the space commercialization, the space democratization, that's the beauty of it. It's international. And we're really talking here about humanity, not about a race or another, not about the nationality or another, right? So 1946, that was the first space research flight. First animals, I didn't know that food flights are animal pharmacy, but that's what we say it is. So that was in 1947 on a US V2 rocket. Again, there was a lot of experiments done on these V2 rockets. 1957, first animal in orbit, dog-like and yeah, she's probably one of the, it has a brand in itself. 1960, first plant and animals that are returning alive from Earth orbit. 1961, first human spaceflight onto actually the orbital return was Sputnik. And 1961, first human space. Everybody knows that, so I don't need to be clear on it here. 1969, we did a welding experiment in space. How many of you know that? In 1969. That's pretty amazing. Okay? 1971, we did composite casting on Apollo 14. 1973 to 79, we ran a materials processing facility using the zero-G environment or the reduced gravity environment to explore new phase diagrams of materials in space. That's Skylab. 1971, first space station salute. 1980 to 2000, all the space had have experiments and to the space shuttle flights. 1986, first inhabited long-term research space station. First humans in space. Mir. Oops, that's wrong. Not 1900. I have no idea where we're going to be at that time. 1998, first multinational space station, ISS. The International Space Station, right now, the largest man-made object built in space, the size of a football field. So, they're pretty impressive. Oops. Except that technology sometimes doesn't support us, like this. Okay, so there's Space Hub and the International Space Station. So what we do in the space world is we call ourselves the friendly front door to commercial space. And the space world was formed in 2005. It's pretty impressive, and so it's been a really long road where we are right now. But what we see from between 1995 and 2002, which is the game changer here. At that time, private investing, so money that's not public, right? Not government money. It was about $2.5 million a year, right? So 2003 to 2015, that investment has grew to over $2.5 million a year. That's a factor of 1,000. It becomes really important, right? And so now, over the past couple of recent years, 2-3 years, we see a lot of these economic reports, Goldman Sachs, right, talking about the space launches costing a factor of 11 less. That's really important, right? In reducing a lot of barriers in terms of access, cost, frequency, etc. Satellites cost 100 times less than in 2010, which is why we see so many businesses forming around satellites. So I try to capture this information from different perspectives. So we have different regimes, parabolic, suborbital, and orbital, in which we can reach, so like outside space or have a glimpse at a reduced gravity environment. And I try to capture this over several decades, right? 1990 to 2010, where really we see only government-owned and operated capabilities. And then moving into 2010, 2015, where we see this growth of the commercial industry, and that continues to expand. So this is amazing again from the perspective that what really is key to businesses, to successful businesses, is not only reliable frequent access to space, but bringing down the cost per pound to the or cost per kilogram to the or these are really rough numbers. And again, the frequency, we see that now we can even fly monthly, right? Okay. So we're now building infrastructure in space. So right now we have a platform, but we're looking in expanding that to other platforms, putting bigger habitats or orbital factories, dragon labs. Not only that, but we have a couple of providers that we're now expanding in going up to the International Space Station, as well as looking into expanding the return capability. Any kind of transportation system, right? If you want to have a solid economy, you need to be able to bring things back and forth, not only up, but also down. And we actually have those technologies in there. They just need to be commercialized properly. So what other things you can find in space, right? There's a lot of space resources, right? From the extreme environment, infinite cold, vacuum, infinite solar power, atomic oxygen, radiation, other levels of gravity, right? To really the miniaturization challenges, the survivability lessons learned that lead to innovative life support technologies, and to international collaboration. That's not a side effect to ignore. So let me talk a little bit about microgravity and then or reduced gravity. So everything that surrounds us ties to a phase diagram. Whether it's a life science system or whether it is a material science system, everything is usually we try to capture, the phase diagram of that system. So we have a huge database of information for one gene. And now we're starting to explore, and there's another axis in this diagram that adds other levels of gravity. So, for example, what I'm showing on the left side are more the life science systems with bacteria and viruses as well as protein crystals. So we can grow those in space and we see a change on the phase diagram of the system. The other thing on the material science side, we don't have sedimentation. We also have less nucleation in space, so we can control nucleation. We have uniform formation of the system. Okay. So this exploration of an extreme new environment leads to a lot of innovative new ideas for innovation. So let me talk a little bit about the confluence of space and Earth. There's a parallel, and Dr. John Hogan at Ames is really the pioneer on that. If you look at Earth and if you look at an astronaut in space, remember the ecosystem services I was talking about? Well, the same things are needed of a human to survive in space as our planet needs to survive in space, right? So if you were to hang out there in space, you would really want to have clean oxygen, comfortable temperature, water, etc. It's the same thing that our planet needs. And so there's a lot of lessons learned from trying to think ahead, like what would it look like to build a settlement on the moon and on Mars, right? How do we do agriculture? What's the equivalent of agriculture there? What can we learn about soil? What can we learn about life? So these are ideas that you guys can explore in this hackathon for the upcoming months. The other one is think of the human body, and the point I want to make here is these are just snapshots. Terrestrially, medicine is being personalized. 10 years ago, I was working in designing a solid-state nanopore for genetic sequencing, exactly to be used for personalized medicine. And actually, in space, what we do with all these astronauts and all the technologies and all the measurements and all the omics that we do in space, medicine is already personalized there. So what can we learn from these personalized experiences in space to apply them to where the medicine and the healthcare system on ground is going right now? I think this is another area that could be well explored. A new standard of living. So I grew up in Romania under communism, and we had orgies once a year before Christmas brought in. And I knew I had to wake up around 2 or 3 to go, stay in line. And it happened many, many years that the oranges they were out of oranges, 2 or 3 people before me. So we didn't have a lot of bananas or oranges or a lot of actually even bread was sometimes rationalized. So coming from there to Western Europe and then to the US, what really shocked me, and I still can't go from wall without feeling that I don't have I run out of breath. It's just too much. And so all I'm thinking is, why do we need this much? Is there something that we can learn from space? And again, for me, I haven't been in space, but I assume that when you are there, you're really limited in resources, right? I'm not saying we should go there, but can we find a more moderate standard of living that is sustainable, that is compassionate, right? And so what we try to do here, because here at Ames we have sustainability base where we use space technologies in the built environment. We try to, with the summer student I had, we did a little exercise in comparing what are the resources for a 5-bedroom house and for the use on the International Space Station. And the energy, I really, I don't think it's a fair comparison because we use a lot of energy on the International Space Station for a lot of experiments and so on. But look at the amount of water per person that we use here just because we have it versus how much is really reasonable to use in space in limited conditions and limited resources.
We don't produce oxygen, but in space, we're forced to produce oxygen. The daily food waste, 4.2 pounds versus 0.5 pounds per astronaut. So again, these are just initial numbers. Can we ponder upon? What can we learn about? Can you guys find, good uses for this? Okay, again, it's written, yeah, it's written like this. So let me give you another example. I've been looking. I've been talking about organoid manufacturing. So one of the case studies I've been looking at is what do we do terrestrially in terms of wafers and integrated circuits. So in 2015, we produced 900 billion, with a B, 900 billion units of integrated circuits. These go to all the electronics that we use. Okay, nothing wrong with that. These integrated circuits, they're actually originating from these wafers, and one integrated circuit on a 300 millimeter wafer. In order to do that, the industry uses in every 2,200 gallons of water. These are data from the Global Water Intelligence Report. And so, not only that, but the facilities, electricity, for example, used by one fab lab is producing this, could power a small city. And we have about 150 fab labs representing 41 companies around the world. Okay, so why am I saying this? And then every year the semiconductor industry spends about $1 billion on water and wastewater environmental violations. So why am I saying this? Because we actually make wafers in space. How many of you know that? Okay, so this is the wave shield facility that we deployed behind the shuttle. And we made wafers in space that at that time, that was in the 95s, were 10,000 times better performance than ground wafers. Not only that, but that's the 5 feet diameter wave shield facility. In the wake of that facility, we used the cold and the vacuum from space to make this wafer. We also used the space atomic oxygen for beam efficacy. There was no need for water, zero water use, because most of the water on ground is used for cooling, and it's environmentally neutral and zero carbon footprint. So that's just one example that we could build upon and try to scale it up, especially now that we see the commercial space industry, again, providing the necessary infrastructure. The other example is that we can make in space is exotic optical fibers. This is another economic report we put out there and we look for. So let's see why. The terrestrial demand for exotic optical fibers is, so the global market, the CAD is about 6.8 annual growth rate, and it's estimated to be about $238 billion by 2020. The applications are really broad, fiber optic connectors, amplifiers, couplers, transmitters, etc. And the exotic optical fibers are actually the platform material for all these photonic applications. The photonic industry really has grown over the past decade, which is really, really important. The fibers, the properties of these fibers, the needs for them are to have lower loss, signal loss, to have operational ability in the IR, and to have faster transmission rate, right? I mean, think about the demand in telecommunications, right? The need for data conversion, data transmission and storage, market transactions, right? How important it is to have that millisecond or nanosecond advantage over someone else, operating on voice. So here's what we know so far from microgravity. ZB-LAN is one material, it stands for zirconium boride, titanium, actinium, sodium, of exotic optical fibers. And so it's the most stable fluoride exotic glass, and it's an excellent host for doping. It's again important for many different laser applications. It has broad optical transmission window, extending deeply into the IR. Why is that important? Most molecules on Earth emit into the IR. You want to have a characterization of the spectrum of those molecules.
It doesn't matter what kind of applications, from medical to oil to EPC. The theoretical loss. So theoretically, if you put these fibers in space, you can get about 100 times better than the current silicon. And we actually are in pretty much in pretty good agreement that we've reached the limit of what we can use silicon fibers for. The other thing is that terrestrial fibers, when we make these fibers in gravity, there's a lot of convection and mixing in a melt that leads to a lot of the defects, and these defects are the ones that are directly connected to the attenuation properties of these fibers, or indirectly the transmission properties of these fibers, while the microgravity processing suppresses this nucleation and crystallization. So here's what we've been doing in terms of developing not only the science, so the science was really early in the 1980s, the 1990s, but also the fab lab for this, the form factor for that fab lab. So on ground, you really need to use a drop tower to make the monolithic fiber. In space, you really need the fab lab that you use in space is half the size of the table. And you can really theoretically put kilometer-long monolithic fibers. That's really, really powerful, especially given where the industry and the market and the demand is right now. These space fibers, and again, they have improved quality, less defects, and the estimated ROI that we did for this is about 100 if a business were to go on this, and we actually have 3 runners in this way. So the other thing I wanted to highlight here for the hackathon, right? It's not necessarily developing the technology for a specific application, but sometimes there are technologies out there that just need to be integrated and put to good use. So this is one example where we just did first order estimation with the applied physics group at NASA Ames. And so we know we have a lot of orbital debris, and the price tag for orbital debris is really high. So can we use that potentially as an in-situ resource using, remember, the other resources of space, right? All the space, the solar energy. And so we did an estimate of using the current solar power of the panels on the International Space Station. You could actually power the 3 technology that you could connect that you need to capture and respin an orbital debris. You can do laser ablation and elemental separation, and then also 3D printing. So you could actually have a sustainable production in orbit, lining up these technologies with almost no material to launch. I'm not saying this, again, this is the first order application, it's not unphysical. Now, exactly how this would look like, there's a lot of challenges, and my understanding is that that first step of capturing and displaying is really the hardest component to use. So I want to take a moment before I close here, and I really appreciate your patience, especially with the technology that is not supporting. And how important it is to align solutions with problems. Okay? Most of the time, we think of the technical side, and we do a lot of, especially in NASA, we do a lot of technology activation, where we look at the feasibility, the prototype, and the production. However, what we see global-wide is, not only US-wide, but global-wide, is that there's a 95% failure rate in technology commercialization, and again, aligning a solution with a real problem, right? Because we have a lot of the time a problem in search for a solution or the other way around, right? And so what needs to happen there, and this is the part that we do a lot at the Space Forum, and my mentor and my boss is here, Ben Rasky. I appreciate you earlier. So we do a lot of market analysis because, again, when you have the technical side, you can't really realistically bring that to fruition unless you also understand, is there a market for it? What's the market size? How do you take this to market? You have to look at the business side of things. How do you structure your business value proposition? This is not about technology migration. You have to stop technology migration, create a minimum viable product, and that minimum viable product, now you try to scale it up so that you can make some revenue, so that maybe then you can bring this back and you get the next generation of technology out, right? And
That's the very, very important side of things is the funding. How do you align? Who do you go ask for the token funding? So these are really, really important aspects in commercialization that we're actually right now studying across a wide field of space technologies. And we definitely would like to keep the connection with the hackathon and the challenges here. The other thing that needs to happen with the solution and problems is you have an idea. A hackathon like this is the best opportunity to create startups that then you can take and put them in a business accelerator and then mature good in prosperous businesses so that we can continue to grow the space commercialization. And again, especially doing things that they could resort and utilize the resources of space. So I want to say that what really makes a successful business is not how many PhDs you have, but how you're able to tap into your originality, how much risk taking you're able to do, and how are you able to scale up the business. And again, here I'm going to resort to other people who are smarter than me still. And I'm going to recommend you to read this book by Adam Grant, The Originals. I love this book. What he says, everyone is unique, and that's true. And so uniqueness ties to originality. But the thing is, originality is not a fixed trait. You have to identify and work on that. And it is a free choice. It is your choice how you turn your uniqueness into an original idea and solution. The best entrepreneurs are not risk minimizers, right? They take risk out of risk taking. And so the story goes with Bill Gates. Everybody said, oh, he got off the school. He didn't. He actually took his time. He took a leave of absence. He talked with his parents, hey, in case something happens, will you pay me? So he went back and forth to the drawing board and did a good risk mitigation. He didn't just drop out and go out. So that's really, really important to also remember. And the other thing is that the limits that we perceive are most of the time of our own making. My personal philosophy is if it's not physically impossible, you can do it. And given all these space earth confluence, right, I would say I would want to bring in George Bernard Shaw here. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable man persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. All progress, therefore, depends upon the unreasonable man. And I want to end with a message from the future, where think about having the next generation after you and the next generation after you talk to you. So unfortunately, I couldn't have the movie here, but can we play it?
We send this message to you from the future, from many generations ahead. You are alive at a pivotal moment in the unfolding of humanity's story. You are making some of the most important choices in human history. Your era is marked by positive and negative potentials of such newness and magnitude that you can hardly understand them. Through your public policies and daily lives, the people of your era have tremendous power to influence the future course of humanity's story. We strongly care about your choices, of course, since we benefit or suffer from them quite directly. We live downstream from you in time. Whatever you put into the stream flows onto our era.
Thank you.
So now let's hear the pioneer of space technologies and mining, Daniel Harper, who will talk about building companies in tomorrow's space industry.
Not sure what's the time though. Do I need to get mine? Or we do? Okay. Thanks. Sorry about that. Busy tweaking or something. Learning from people at the back, which is great. Does this work? Hello? Yes. And hold it closer. Cool. Excellent. I missed the introduction, so I'll assume I was introduced. Can this go full screen? Control L. Hey, brilliant. Where do I point this thing?
Right in your eye.
Nope. Alright, I'm just going to start talking. This is going to sort itself out. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur in the space industry for a while. 20 odd years ago, I decided that this would be something interesting to do, and so my goal now really is helping to create businesses in space. Hey, excellent. So I got to university and thought, well, what am I going to do with myself? I seem to have started an engineering degree by accident. This is going rather quick. I got talk that quickly. Hey, that's bad. Pretty cute.
Mine was really slow.
You clearly wouldn't get me off the stage. Yeah, so what do I do? I'm getting an engineering degree. Apparently, decided that I wanted to do something good for the world and help out as many people as possible. And I learned how to do math and realized that existential risks integrate to infinity, so that seemed to be the only thing worth working on. And if we could get people off this rock, we'd actually address some of those risks. And besides, that would be kind of cool to spend my life working on it. I never get bored. I never have the problem of actually achieving what I wanted, because no matter how far you go in space development, you're only ever just beginning. So that was really cool and fun and a nice way, but there's this problem. Hey, let's be an astronaut. Well, I hit 6'3" at about age 17, 16, and then 6'4", and just kept going. So that ruled out being an astronaut. But the really sucky thing is that the only time you can get people in space at the moment is if the government pays for you to go up, and they send you up for about 6 months, and then insist on bringing you back. So that kind of isn't the goal of what I wanted to do. I wanted to create a permanent presence. So I thought a little bit about this and said, hey, look, we need permanent jobs in space. We need to get people up there that we don't intend to bring back. And if you look at the Earth and all the remote places, you can have people going anywhere in the world as long as there's a job. People will go live in Antarctica if there's a job. People will go live in the middle of the desert if there's a job. So how do we create a job in space? And then people will go there, they'll take their families, they'll think about how to live there. So what we need is the right incentives to create jobs in space. More specifically, I think you're advancing, yay, that incentive. How do you make a profit? If we can make a profit in space, then it won't be just 6-month government holidays, and I call them holidays, they're not. They're smart people, very well prescribed. But if we can create a profit incentive, then it will just explode. So how in the world are we going to make money in space? So this is where the starting point. I wrote down a list of all the businesses, all the industries that I could think of that would make money in space. When you get people in space, when you have people living and working and actually go, I'm here for the next 10 years, you will start to fix the problems that at the moment we just kind of let slide. Trust me, if you were living there for 10 years, you'd have the toilet fixed in a month. And the toilets in space, they are bad. We really need to fix that. How many things would you start fixing if you were living there? So having the first permanent job is really a tipping point, because you start thinking about those things. So next, here's something that's going to be really exciting. Once we have people living and thinking and working and being in space, and Alana's talk I've heard many times, and talked with her a lot, she understands this perhaps better than anyone else in the world. What happens when you get into space? This is what happens with liquids in space. If you understand what's going on here, you're better than pretty much anyone in the world. Nobody gets this. Nobody's got an intuitive feeling for how to design something like this. This is a bubble of, is it water with food dye and some bubbles inside? Alka-Seltzer. Oh, there's an Alka-Seltzer tablet in the middle of that. If you ask somebody what happens if you put an Alka-Seltzer tablet in a drop of water in space, they wouldn't come up with that. It's not intuitive to us. I saw this the first time, and there's a whole video online. I'd encourage you to go and watch it. And I went, holy cow, think of the industrial processes we could do inside of that. No one gets it. I like this. This is an analogy. This is supposed to be a vacuum thing. It's really hard to get photos of vacuum. Would have guessed. So, a couple hundred years ago, we got industrial availability of vacuum. We could suck the air out of things. Yay. Now there's no air in it. Woohoo. Doesn't really sound that good. Over the next 100 years, industry was completely revolutionized. Because we could create vacuum, we got refrigeration. We got all these chemical processes. We got freeze drying. It's amazing what we do in the world because we have vacuum. We now get the chance to remove the force that governs the macroscopic organization of matter. And nobody has any idea what to do with that. Because if you just pull the air out of something, that's kind of stupid. Well, what happens when you take it out? No idea. The one I think has a great list, and Shirley talked about that. So we need people to intuitively understand that, to be able to play with it, to go down to the back shed, back module, and just start messing around and figuring out that things, surface tension, electrostatics, hey, the toilet now works. That's great. I'd like some royalties off that, and I'll start selling toilets in space if only I had people to sell them to. Anyway, next slide. So, trying to figure out where we're going to start these businesses in space. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the underpants moons. Even Elon Musk put this up. I think it was on South Park about a decade ago. But the idea is, phase 1, collect underpants. Phase 2. Phase 3, profit. Unless you didn't understand that. Phase 1, collect underpants, and make sure you understand completely how this is going to work. Phase 2, phase 3, profit. In the space industry, 20 years ago when I started looking at this, there were so many business models that went, give me $1 billion. I will save the world. You know what people won't do if you ask for $1 billion? Give you $1 billion. You've got to prove, there are businesses out there. I think the biggest oil and gas project that I'm aware of was off the coast of Australia. It's a $70 billion project. Turns out you can ask for $70 billion and get it. But the risk on that is so low. They know how to build multi-tens of billions of dollars oil and gas infrastructure projects. The markets are known, the technology is known. It's a financing risk, it's an execution risk, but all of those are well quantifiable, and it's going to make lots of money. That's the thing. Even with the oil and gas prices coming down and all that kind of thing, you can get that kind of money. We can commandeer that capital and build incredible things, but we have to take the risk out of it. And they have to build a business plan that has an investment. So, how do we start doing that? Excellent. So the list of things of industries that I thought could make money in space. I had 3. It's a huge list. Space-based solar power, tourism, and mining. I thought, well, that's a pretty short list. And I had communications, remote sensing, all these good things, but they're not going to pay enough to justify somebody living in space, and I don't have a need for that. So this was my list. It only had 3 things. Okay, well, I should do one of these. How to weigh properly. I did the math on space-based solar power. It needs mining. It's too expensive to lift that up there and make that work. So, all right, I said, okay, let's have a go at mining. So I actually got stuck into my engineering degree. It was satellite in my spare time. It worked the other way around. It was satellite, but an engineering degree in my spare time. But fast forward a decade or two, and I sort of wandered around various industries. And was lucky enough to run across the guys at Deep Space Industries and got the chance to run that company for a couple of years. Now, Deep Space Industries, asteroid mining, crazy idea, might not be feasible. We figured out a strategy to make that work. We filled in the question marks. And we were able to make a company that's generating revenue and that's these days are on the edge of cash flow positive. We did almost 10 million in sales last year. We made a real company out of that with a big, audacious, crazy vision. We made that stick. And it started to change international perceptions. This guy is the Deputy Prime Minister in Luxembourg. He's the real lead behind Luxembourg saying we're going to go all in on space resources. Now, Luxembourg, you don't know where he is. It's not that circle, it's tiny. Probably can't see that pixel. Luxembourg is bigger in space than it is on the ground. They have the biggest telecommunications satellite company based there, and they're taking a bet that space resources is going to happen, and they want to be at the front of it. So that's pretty ballsy. So space resources now it's almost inevitable. There's enough companies. I've only got 3 here, but there's 6 companies, I think, that are looking at space resources quite seriously. There's a lot of money going into it. So the demand side, the supply side of new space materials is looking pretty good. So unfortunately, I wanted to get people off this ride. And what we realized is the robots can handle the money. At least the early simple stuff. Water, hydrocarbons, nickel, iron, those kind of things, which we're looking to sell in space. It's all going to be done by robots. And my goal is to get people off this rock. So, what can I do? Well, Thankfully, also the world has changed. This is the important slide, probably the only one I should have shown. Let's spend a bit of time on this. The world has changed in 20 years since I put together my first list. These are the things coming in the next 5 or 10 years, because everyone's got a good idea of what's happening now. So, Internet of Things, one of the thing for this this weekend is Earth. Internet of Things is one of the biggest changes that's happening on Earth in the next 5 years. I think I saw the numbers is about 75 billion IoT devices. It's adding, I don't know, 5 billion a month or something crazy. So that's going to dominate communications. So where the traditional space industry has been servicing communications and remote sensing, that's creating data and moving that data around. So we're also getting mega constellations. I'm advising a company that's only putting up 300 satellites. It's now the baby mega constellation. People are talking about tens of thousands of satellites. We're going to be mass producing satellites on production lines. That will drive the cost out. If you want to design a company now, you want to build a company, those things are going to exist. We're sure of those. The rest, maybe a little more speculative. Launch prices will come. This is what people expect SpaceX to do, and the rest of the market will respond to that. Reusable launch vehicles, new propellants, new management methods, supplying the technologies from the last 30 years to the rockets that we invented 50 years ago. So maybe more, who knows? Human launch costs. At the moment, there are only 2 launch vehicles to put people into space. The Chinese have one, the Russians have one. America only buys from the Russian one because we're a little cautious about Chinese technology. And so the Russians pretend they have a monopoly and they charge monopolistic pricing. And you can buy a seat. I think NASA's paying about $70 million a seat. They're selling one commercially for 40 or 50. It's not unsurprising, perhaps, that the space tourism stuff kind of died when this happened. But as soon as that monopoly or pseudo-monopoly is broken, with SpaceX, with Boeing, maybe Sierra Nevada, whoever gets up there, those prices will drop. The Russians will back off from the monopolistic pricing structure. The new entrants will start charging, my estimate is about a 10x drop. So, say 5 million a seat. You can start to build a better business than 50 million a seat, even if you think it's a lot of money. There's definitely demand out there. Satellite servicing, a lot of talk about that at the conference that Alana and I and a few others were at the last couple of days. There's companies all around the world working on flying satellites, a couple of other satellites to poke at them, pull them and refuel them and change out transponders and fix them if they're broken and image them. So that's pretty cool. Some of the stuff down the bottom gets to be a little more speculative, but very, very exciting. And 3D printing. There's at least 2 or 3 companies working on putting 3D printers in space right now. There's a 3D printer on the space station. You can pay a company or send you 2 3D printers on the space station. Are they both yours? Yes. There you go. They have 2 3D printers on the space station. Look at this guy if you want something manufactured in space. Fantastic. So that's going to change what happens. You want a 100-kilometer diameter antenna, maybe 100 kilometers will take a while. Maybe a kilometer. They're working on the plans for that. How do you print that in space? You don't have to worry about launching inside a 4-meter fairing. Huge things that can happen. With fuel depots and then asteroids returning the material for both printing and the fuel depots, it really can allow an acceleration because we're finally having atoms there. And we talk about launch costs, carbon. Shipping stuff to space is the most expensive, most unreliable shipping industry ever. It costs $5 to $10 million per ton to ship stuff to space. Oh, by the way, 10% of the time it blows up. If it cost that much to ship things to Australia, I wouldn't have this terrible accident. Nothing can happen in Australia. The amazing thing is the value of space is so great. We do things in space despite the fact it costs that much. Okay, so once you've got slightly lower launch costs, material coming or just already in space, completely change the economics on the atoms, then what happens to everything else you can do? Immortal satellites is a good one. Print a truss. Just slap on bigger antennas. Go up and change out the transponders. You don't have to put up a satellite that lasts for 15 years because you can never touch it. Enabled by satellite servicing, enabled by 3D printing, you start to have solutions like immortal satellites. Now, all of these are focused on the only customers that exist in the universe, which are on the ground. So everything is about how you service people on it. But this is what the disruption is coming. So with that in mind, we go back to our original list, and we find that there's a few more options. Maybe there aren't. So there's there's a few more options then of industries that might pay to create those first permanent jobs in space. Not just tourism and well, we say mining perhaps not, but oh, there we go. Maybe space-based solar power does start to become feasible with 3D printing and asteroid mining. People are taking another look at that. But people are also talking about manufacturing. We want to mention some of that. Entertainment, content generation in space, huge potential, massive market. Maybe there's a real estate play. Let's take a look at that too. A whole bunch of different options because of all of that disruption that's happening, all of that new technology. And the existing business model, telecoms, remote sensing, they're being disrupted as well. They're being expanded with new applications. The cost of doing business is coming down, and the possibilities are going up. But these are the ones that interest me directly. So, one thing that the industry lacks is the biggest scarcity of space industry is entrepreneurs. You take all of those disruptive things, how many business models could you come up with off the top of your head? We should be working through all of those. We should be really trying to figure out where to make the money. Let's throw out those underpants known as business models and build real business models. Let's figure out how to serve the customers around the ground. And then we're going to build great businesses. And we completely revolutionize what's happening in space and what's happening in Earth. I think that was my last slide. There we go, that was it. I don't know if there's any questions or whether you want me to do a dance.
What kind of company you operate right now?
Yeah, so I still own a large chunk of the deep space industry. That's a fantastic company. I'm helping out 10 different companies across the sector, from technology companies, communications and remote sensing, traditional things, in-space power utilities, all things, some of the more forward-looking things. But my emphasis is sort of twofold at the moment. One is looking at a new orbit commodities market. How can we match the supply of material from the asteroid mining companies and the like, and the lower cost launches, and match that with the demand side? So the problem and one of the reasons that nobody's designing satellites to use asteroid material, no one's putting their business case predicated on that material existing yet, is because of the risk that it won't exist. So how can we close that loop by aggregating all the potential suppliers and making that reliable? So that's one of them. The other one is a space entertainment play. And I think there's huge potential in that. I'm not going to say any more of that.
Oh, okay, I have a question, and thank you for the talk as well. As an entrepreneur, there's a social responsibility component to it. And in the biology sphere, you have, for example, a bioethics committee. I'm wondering if there's such a thing as a space bioethics committee that would, with all the exploration and future research, so in the bio sphere, you have a certain protocol. If there is such a thing for business as well, especially this year, like business resources, or is that something that you're aware of? Or
Yeah, people are thinking about that. I didn't mention bio on the disruption list because nobody's figured out how much or how to use biology in space yet. All of the other tools that are happening, quantum computing, biotech, nanotech, everything, they will all add things to that list that weren't there. But that wasn't your question. Your question was about ethics and responsibility. So things like space debris bring up important issues. But the space industry has been dealing with this collective of this commons, economy of the commons for quite a while. So there are, the Outer Space Treaty says that space belongs to everybody. And so how do you manage that? How do you avoid the tragedy of the commons? One of the most effective and oldest organizations is the International Telecommunications Union, and they mediate the radio frequency spectrum. They were doing this for 50 years before the UN existed. I think they're the only administrative body that actually stood up to a UN General Assembly resolution and said, that won't work. The answer is no. So they have resolved. They have that. And they've made it work. 50% of the radio communications functions effectively these days. The iPhones work because people sit down and spend lots of money and lots of time coordinating this invisible radio spectrum. They evolved to coordinating the swaps in geostationary orbit, because that's also a limited resource, and there was nobody set up to do that. So they took that upon themselves because all the geocomsats wanted to do that orbit. So what we've got to, and I think my point is, it's evolving from effectively nothing into what might be called a hodgepodge of different regulatory bodies. So the FCC FCC, the Federal Communications Authority in the US, regulates radio spectrum and they take any applications to the ITU to do the international coordination. But they also require that you follow the guideline which is developed internationally, and it's just a guideline, that you should remove the satellite within 25 years. So if you don't have a plan for removing the satellite in 25 years, they won't give you a radio spectrum license, which might seem a little convoluted, but that's how it's been implemented. So I think NOAA has an imaging license you have to get in the US. The FCC has a spectrum license. Who does launch licenses? Is that FAA? The FAA does launch licenses, and then each of them have not just, to get a launch you have to be safe, but several other things as well. And so that's how, from a regulatory perspective, it's being managed. And most of those are in some way reporting back to the UN and there's sort of an international attempt to be uniform. But it's very much spot. It's not internationally coordinated, and even national coordination is between a few different bodies. When it comes to asteroid mining, those regulations aren't written at all. So the US has said American companies can own material extract. Luxembourg's draft legislation basically says the same thing. But for the mining industry to operate successfully, you need a tradable asset that is secure tenure over the minerals in the ground. You don't need ownership, and that's not allowed under the Outer Space Treaty. But what you need is some mechanism for secure tenure. The Outer Space Treaty does have protection from interference. So that mechanism is likely to be used so that then the companies can have a tradable asset they can take to the market, because if you need $100 million or $500 million to build a mine, then you're going to have some assurance that somebody's just not going to show up and steal everything from you. There's got to be a court that will take jurisdiction and everything else. So that will evolve out of the commercial necessity, and just if it's going to work, it has to fit in certain regulatory environments. You can expect on top of that, then in that same forum, you'll have various things on the ethical side. So how do we make sure that nobody just claim jumps in fire sources? That's not going to be palatable internationally, and no solution is going to allow anybody to do that. But then how do we administer it with the nuances? Even what will the US do on that front? No one's developed that regulations yet. But also, we need to make sure to have it today. Let's work on it, and in 5 years' time is when we're going to do that. So yeah, all these things are constantly evolving. There is no central ethics committee for space. I don't know that there's a dire need for it right now either.
So you said that you look at the space solar energy.
Yeah.
And because you have to carry more space. Okay, assuming that you could put those solar panels on space, would you consider?
So that's exactly what I said. These are not being reconsidered, and that's why I changed that. I changed that to a question mark rather than a not possible. Exactly because of that. People are reconsidering. And also consider asteroid mining. We did some economic analysis before we started Deep Space Industries and said it's not feasible to mine asteroids and bring material to the ground. There's about the same contained mineral value in metal type asteroid as platinum as there is several $1,000s per ton of mineralized rock. And it's much easier to extract nickel than it is platinum. So go for the nickel. But even that, you can't sell that for a profit. We couldn't close the business case and get close. But what we figured out was we could close the business case for supplying to orbit. They introduced market risk, but really reduced the risk of the mining from the geology, technology, extractives, all those types of risks. And we can pull water out, bring it to Earth orbit, put in the hydrogen and oxygen, and sell it as rocket fuel. And there's a company, United Launch Alliance, that at least until a couple of years ago was the biggest launch company in the US. They've said publicly they want to buy 210 tons of water per year at $3 million a ton. One ton. Nice stuff. So we said, okay, that's a possible business. So we'll close that by finding something before returning material to the ground. We'll sort of pivot from the point of view. So when you talk about space-based solar power being power to the ground, it might not be feasible today, but it doesn't have to be to build a business that has that vision. What you have to do is solve the question mark and say, how am I making money today? And I'll come back to Deep Space Industries. Okay, so we want to sell 210 tons of water to United Launch Alliance every year. $100 million potential. We're trying to have a line that says by early 2020 they've got to take delivery. there's still too much risk in that. That's really tricky to build a business with. So Deep Space Industries is building a thruster. We became a satellite propulsion company. The move satellites around in orbit. And it's really boring. It's a little container of water. It's basically a steam kettle and a little piece in it. That's it. It's a boring like it. It's not exciting for engineers. Like there's no technology. It just happens to be exactly what everybody wants to put in the satellite. You can move the small satellite around. It can get it out of orbit. Yes, it can set up a constellation and get you into revenue quicker and keep them organized, so it's important from the business side. So we started selling these thrusters and we're selling like hotcakes. The good thing is, what none of our customers need to know about is that getting them all addicted to water, and then we'll be able to sell the water. So this was the strategy that we had. And building a solid operational company with a lot of expertise, great people, it's also the thruster we need to operate at the asteroid. This is on a direct path to where we want to go. So in a similar way, if you can think of space-based solar power, and think about it, what is that? What are the risks? How can I beat down those risks whilst making money? And so one of the companies that I'm advising is Space Power. That is the guy has always said too often that he wants to do space to ground power, the megawatts and terawatts and gigawatts level. But he said it almost too often that people think that that's his primary and only focus. But he has a business model behind that serves a real market that exists today, that has demands today, and it sets him up then to beat down all of those risks going forward. So absolutely that should be looked at. Everything else should be looked at. You're doing it with the mind constantly to find the customers and give them that question answer. So there's no one can answer it. Hey, Annie.
What are your thoughts on movement and the potential for creating?
Yeah, I have this stupid saying. I like to say I love people who live at the bottom of gravity wells. I call them customers. But Moon Village. Moon versus asteroid always came up when we built the deep space industries. The moon is there, it's closer, etc., etc., etc. There's more risk from a geological perspective. We don't know a lot about the South Pole. We don't know a lot about working at 40 degrees Kelvin and cold. So there's a bunch of reasons why we thought that asteroids are the most optimal perspective. That can change very quickly if the technology changes, the geological understanding changes. The one big advantage the moon has is that it's right there. Everyone can see it. It's a capital moon. All right, NASA may be about to go to the moon. Europe has said Moon Village, they want to go to the moon. There's rumors that billionaires want to go to the moon and back up civilization there. It's a great tourist destination. Elon Musk is sending people around the back of the moon. So if there's capital available, then you can start to build real businesses on that. And just in Silicon Valley, VC as a herd mentality, people will tend to go after certain things at certain times. It doesn't mean other things aren't. There are good business models elsewhere, but it definitely makes it easier to raise money. And financing risk is one of the biggest risks that entrepreneurs have to deal with. So that's my opinion about the moon. And the financing risks for the moon are actually less than some other places, and that makes it worth a look at.
So from being in this space, why people, can you share insight into why a lot of entrepreneurs just don't consider space versus, in that company?
Let me give you the International Space Station as an example. We learned 3 lessons from the International Space Station that entered the cultural cycle. Space stations cost $200 billion, $190 billion. They take 10, 15 years to put together, and there's no gravity, so the astronauts don't die if they stay. All 3 are false. I know companies that have very viable plans for the space station at $30 million. Now, while the cost of launching something is $60 million, it's not profit. But if that drops to $5 million, you can see that business plan industrial. They can put that station up. My estimate is 6 months, but it's probably more like a year. So the time frames are short, much shorter. And if you spin the thing, then you've got an artificial gravity, in which case you don't need to then design all the equipment for microgravity. I put up that slide showing what water does. Okay, what water without the Celsius cycle. Also, water doesn't do things that you want it to do, but we've designed our equipment for. We need buoyancy in pretty much every processing equipment that we have, life support and everything else. You put it in an artificial gravity field in a spin system, and you can just go and buy it off the shelf and you know it's going to work. We have high reliability industries on the ground. So those three things can completely change your perspective on what a space station is. If you're stuck in that mindset, it's expensive, it takes a long time, and it's really hard. Well, there is no fixing that. One of the great things about CubeSat, and one of the reasons that there's a lot of activity now in small satellites, is that it took away that perception that there was fixing it. People buying them and flying them. And some of them fail, but stuff fails all the time. Planet Labs just completely embraced this, and they launched hundreds of satellites, and their respective failure rate is 15%. And not failing 15% of the time, you're not trying harder. It's a great mentality. It's very different from that. Very different from what governments are able to do. And no fault of governments. They have to report to taxpayers. It's a very different environment. So I think there's a lot of things that change now that give us opportunities. And so modern electronics, all the technologies that are getting now spun into the space industry allow us to look at things in a completely different way.
Today, one to use atomic energy space or the planet. Is there any difference that
there's no magic pixie dust. The physics don't change. You get the opportunity to remove gravity from the equation. But if you want gravity, you spin the moon, and you get variable gravity, pseudo gravity. You need a better name for that. Force, directional force field that acts on mass. Yeah, so there's no reason at all. We have a lot of nuclear powered spacecraft using radioisotope thermoelectric generators. They're used for military satellites that don't want to have a big cross section. They use deep space, like far out from the sun, and solar intensity is less. But they tend to be very inefficient. They need plutonium or highly radioactive material, of course, in nuclear reactor world. But we know it's built like a turbine cycle reactor on megawatt scale in space. No reason it can't be done if you can close business.
So from a business perspective, what resources right now or in the future will be stored on Earth that can be transported from asteroids?
Good question. None. The Earth is enormous. The market currently quotes every ton of material is sold is also bought. It's always a buyer and seller in any transaction, and the level of supply and demand is moderated by prices. So as technology improves, the price of materials tends to go down. As demand goes up, price goes up, and a balance is found. The question really is, what can we supply from asteroids or the moon or wherever at a lower price than what you can get on the Earth? And the Earth is so big we're not going to run out. We're just going to have lower and lower grade ore bodies. And that means that it'll cost more to get out, but then the technology improves, so it'll cost less to get out. If you can predict where that's going to go, good luck. And there was a bet taken about 40 years ago, two economists at a $1 bet. One said price of commodities will go up over the next 10 years, and the other said the price of commodities will go down over the next 10 years. And in that 10-year period, they happened to go down. So the guy who said it would go down, he won. That's not necessarily what happens every decade. But it gives you an idea that there's a complex interplay. So as we mature in asteroid mining, we will be able to start delivering material to the ground. I like where Jeff Bezos is saying we'll go. We're still all heavy manufacturing in space anyway. Earth will be a residential park, and manufacturing will happen on Earth. In the long term, I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case. But of course, it's how long. We're out of time. All right, thanks all.
I'm now going to have a 5-minute break, so we can continue asking questions if you'd like, and then we're going to our first panel and start a session.
Yeah. Are you moderating the panel and setting up the panel? Yeah, me too.
I'll grab yours.
Perfect. Sorry, I meant can't be
No.
So I actually have a question. So like you said, if you want to reduce the price or the cost of engineering, creating stuff, manufacturing stuff in space, and manufacturing stuff better. You want to make it so that the prices for manufacturing stuff in space, that manufacturing Earth, so that eventually Earth will become like a
Yeah, this is what Tiffany
Wow. Well then, so that's value less of the Earth down half without replacing but then you're also talking about size.
So, in 25 years, 25 years of get 2,500 tons of water. 2 weeks. 2,500 tons of water. And we're going to split this story and I need that Yeah, after several countries seeing limited rock and being unable to get yet.
Now better.
Not right now, earlier. Oh, what?
The Africans. Okay. Yeah. Okay, everyone, can you just take your seats? We are going to start with the next round. Thanks. Everyone, please take your seats. Okay, so very glad that we have such an important topic as the first panel. And I would like to now give over to Hannes, the moderator.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the first panel of the day. How's the morning so far? Good? Awesome. Well, we've got a great panel lined up for you today. And rather than me doing the introductions, I thought what we would do is start everybody off with a question that helps you get a sense of where they're coming from. So why don't we go around and why doesn't everyone give a sense of what area of space innovation exploration are you focusing on right now, and what's the big goal you're trying to accomplish?
Hello, I'm Dan Rasky with NASA New Space Portal. And we actually have a pretty broad topic. We're trying to open space for NASA and public benefit. So, and we've been doing this for about 10 years. Dr. Black is part of our meeting. And so it has to do with commercial space.
Hi, I'm Max Fagan. I'm an aerospace engineer at Main Space Incorporated, also based at NASA Ames. We put two 3D printers on the International Space Station and deal mostly with delivery of manufactured items and manufacturing of them in space. The field that I'm most interested in comes down to undermining logistics networks. So how do we make it so that you don't have to launch materials into space? What comes after the incredible cost reduction in next generation launch vehicles? What comes after that? How do we get beyond the launch market entirely and start thinking about interplanetary transport of equipment and delivering hardware from the asteroids, the material from the asteroids, getting stuff where it needs to be after the current revolution in rocketry is run its course.
Hi everyone, my name is Roberto. I work in NASA on the mission TESS. It's the follow-on mission of the Kepler Space Telescope. So my great passion is basically looking for exoplanets, especially the habitable zone, so looking for possible life outside Earth. Well, exoplanets, it's one of the ways, or one of the places that we could look for life outside Earth. There is like somewhere close by, closer in the solar system. We have great places like Mars or Europa and Enceladus. So looking for life outside Earth is one of my main passions.
Hello, my name is Sam Fan, and I work here at No. My main passion in space is to enable large space architectures, so space stations, air-sea-road space, things like that. And the way that I'm getting there is by working in small satellite technology. A little bit of that question mark in the middle, but if you have time, we can talk a little bit more about how you can get from small things to big things. It does not involve ladies.
Hi everyone, my name is Henning Grodell. I'm a PhD candidate, almost done, at Stanford University, and I've spent my last 5 years developing a construction material for lunar and Martian construction. My goal is to actually build the roads, the landing pads, the habitats that we will all once benefit from down the road.
We'll wait for the microphone to maybe sway back to me right there. The relay race. So I hope everyone is now getting a sense of why I'm excited to be moderating this panel. We've got people from all walks of life of the space industry. We've got different levels of experience and different levels of sort of policy, entrepreneurship, and everything else in between. So given that, what are some of the biggest surprises for each of you about how you think that space innovation and space exploration is being done today? What is something that's really surprising to you that you're seeing in your slice of the space industry?
One thing that's actually surprising in a very good way is the number of people who now see space as both an opportunity for innovation and entrepreneurship, and that is great. And that's one of the things that we began working on, myself and my colleagues, a good 10 years ago. And at that time, it was typically the investment community was very skeptical about doing things in space. And space was a place where you lost a lot of money. And there were a couple of big failures in the 90s, Iridium and some of the global constellations. So it was a really difficult area for entrepreneurs to secure funding. And now that has completely flipped, I think, with the success of SpaceX and Blue Origin and companies like Made in Space and NanoRacks and Deep Space Industries. There's a number of them now, and we're finding that not only has it attracted a lot of really bright minds and entrepreneurs, but it's attracted the attention of VCs who are interested in putting money behind this, and so that's a really nice surprise to see that come together.
The biggest surprise for me has been a good one, and it really comes down to the diversity of people who are interested in space now. I know it seems somewhat hypocritical to be saying this on a panel composed of 6 guys, but by Apollo standards, this is diversity, and by extrapolating forward to what is actually happening in the industry, the trend is incredibly positive. I mean, if you look back at Apollo, every person who walked on the moon was a white guy from America with a semi-military background between the ages of 36 and 47. That's not exactly doing things for all of humanity or for all of the planet. We got considerably better than that during the space shuttle era when we started admitting women, people of color, and people who were not from an explicitly military background, but it was still only scientists, engineers with a very specific background and a very specific set of skills, all within a very specific age range. And now, with the commercial space revolution, things are taking another step beyond where they got in the shuttle and somewhat stagnated in the ISS era. And because it is a commercial venture, it is subject to all of the it's still subject to all of the inertia that we have from 50 years of exploration in space against that model, but I'm very happily surprised at how quickly that seems to be changing at the speed of the commercial revolution.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Basically, I guess I'm mostly surprised by the speed at which the advancement of the space sector is happening now. Space is really hard. So in the past, innovation and advancement took so long most of the time. Now with the space commercials, that is creating a much bigger boost, so we can test and experiment a lot of new technology and innovation space. This is allowing basically a much bigger community to advance the space technology. So anyone can really do their part and advance much faster.
For me, it's the rising participation not just in the traditional areas of Earth observation and communications, but also new industries are popping up. And another very interesting thing is the declining role of the government. Before, the government was pretty much the only game in town if you wanted funding in this area. And now we're seeing much different funding sources coming about. And to me, that's a good thing. As you probably know, every time an administration changes, they have new space priorities. And that just turns the entire space industry upside down. So, case in point, when under George Bush, the first one, we were all in Mars. And so one of the hottest areas of development was in methane-based rocket engines. Well, a couple of years later, we're now going to the moon. And so there's not much methane on the moon for raw materials that you produce methane. Rather, the primary propulsion system would most likely be the water-based hydrogen oxygen. So that rocket engine technology started back up again. So just an example of how the whims of the government can highly influence the industry. However, if you find a good business model and you can commercialize in space and you can make money on it, it doesn't really matter what administration is pushing for the next destination.
Yeah, sort of being on the last on this line, I have to agree with a lot of things that have been said. I've had to think about the next thing to be different. But no, honestly, I think the biggest thing right now is the commercialization of space. For all the reasons that have been listed, it's really opening up access to space to a much wider swath of people. I'm a civil engineer, and if you go to like NASA job postings, the offers for jobs are, can you build this rocket? Can you maintain this facility? It's not research into construction in outer space. So, and I think that's really, in my mind, been enabled by the types like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, who are sort of setting the trend, and the rest of us can sort of follow the way and create value in that sense. I also want to mention that it's still difficult. So what amazes me is that there's still this drive. I think Daniel Faber mentioned it, but like, it's really expensive. It's really difficult to get into space, and yet we're still paying for that. We're still doing it. There is intrinsic value in that. So that's what it's like.
You remind me of how do you make $1 million in aerospace instead of $1 billion?
Okay, so I've got a couple more questions, but then we can open up to the audience if that's what we want to do. But the general sense I'm getting here is that the most surprising development here is the commercialization of space and all the effect that it has. It has the effect of decreasing government intervention. It has the effect of providing a capital financial incentive, which means that there's actually more capital coming in. And then to Daniel's point, venture capital funds are actually becoming more interested in this industry, and venture fund is one of them. So I can attest to that. Yeah. So I guess the last prepared question we have here is, given this tectonic shift really in how space innovation and exploration is done, what does this look like in 10 years? And given what you think it will look like, what's the thing you're hoping to find? I mean, this panel is about space exploration, so what do you think this will look like 10 years from now? And if it looks that way, what is the holy grail that you would be the most excited to see that find?
Yeah, I think that we're at the cusp of really opening space to a new innovation frontier. And again, Silicon Valley is all about innovation. And we think for a number of reasons, space, because of microgravity, because of the resources and so on, the entertainment value, and I agree with Daniel on that, we're seeing the opening of a new innovation frontier, which I think will drive a tremendous amount of activity and interest. It could be in 10 years' time, the world will look considerably different than it does right now. And to this point, we've largely focused on getting to space. Okay, that has been as far as a development activity. And we have had, Earth observation, communication satellites, and they've had impact, but it hasn't been, I'd say, dramatic for most people. But I think we're going to see that dramatic aspect open up over the next 10 years. What I would love to see as far as the end of that 10 years will be the first children in space. And again, that's one thing. Humans have shown they're really good at procreation. Okay? We have 7 billion people on the planet. We're good at that. And if we have enough people actually living and working in space, we are going to have babies in space, and that would be very interesting.
I think it's the shift from sending only information to and from space to sending material and people to and from space as the primary reason for space's utilization. We're going to talk about what are the industries in space that make money, and what should imply by that is we've been making money in space since the 1970s, telecommunications and satellite communications. But that's not transporting any material or physical product. It's all down to data, down to ones and zeros. 10 years from now, I think that is going to change. I think transmitting information will always be a major infrastructure. You're not going to, until we invent a space elevator, there's no reason to run cables up to space. But you are going to see a larger shift towards shifting physical products and people and the consumables that people need as the primary thing that space is used for. My holy grail would probably be full ISR view on Mars. So a complete system that is able to provide people with what they need on Mars with the only input being energy. I don't know if we're going to see that in 10 years. There are some consumable loops that are really hard to close on Mars, but Mars is pretty much the easiest place to do it. It's considerably easier than to be done in low Earth orbit, which we did with the ISS in about 15 years. The ISS still needs some material input in the form of molten pellets and water and people, obviously. But my holy grail would be the ability to close the consumables loop on Mars using local resources and local manufacturing technologies.
So yeah, I would say something that how I would see the space sector in 10 years, I would say that robotics, artificial intelligence, and super fast computers are going to be the novelty. So we're going to be much more dependent on these mega trends, mega drivers, because that's basically the current trend. We are already learning that. So the faster we adapt this trend to these mega trends, the best innovation, the best we can maybe take from for the space sector. One of the things that I would love to see in 10 years, it's definitely discovery of life beyond Earth. So definitely this will change everything because if we find out that life can exist on other places in the universe, this is like a very clear evidence that we are not we're not a very special place. We are not alone maybe, and this basically will change everything.
Yeah, I think that's my most. I think if you were to see that, it would be just phenomenal. Another example of the paradigm perspective shift, like we saw with the blue marble photograph, is I think it'll change humanity's perspective. What do I see in the next 10 years? Being the small satellite community, I perceive that we're going to see this continued trend on decreasing size of your average satellite. There's just so many reasons why that's going to happen. One is because of launch costs. Launch costs are, even if it's half, it's still pretty darn expensive. In addition to that, there are increasing architectures out there which call for multiple hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites. And if every one weighs several tons and the size of a school bus, it's going to get awful crowded awful quickly. So you'll see small satellites being the main unit for these many constellations. With that in mind, you're also going to see much larger emphasis on onboard processing of imagery, of communication, of any data that's coming through the systems. There's just a finite amount of bandwidth that we have going from Earth to space, and how to most efficiently use that bandwidth is going to be, I think, a huge area of development. That if you're able to find the next algorithm that is able to provide that telecom communications link more efficiently and at lower cost, I think you'll have people knocking on your door.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to push back a little bit. It's not that I disagree that's going to be all small satellites, but I think there's going to be a large constellation of larger satellites. I mean, SpaceX, they've not been consistently on time, but they have delivered. And I think they've proposed a 4,000 satellite constellation, all about the size of a Mini Cooper. So I think we're going to get big and small. I agree, small allows more entrepreneurs and folks without the sort of background of financing that others have. That's going to enable folks. But I think in 10 years, what I would hope to see is more in space transactions. So the way I visualize the economy of the space economy right now is that everything we send up is aiming back down on Earth. And that's all well and good. We're all good customers. But I would like to see the value chain end up and stay in space. So I'd like to see more satellite communications, selling the data between partners, processing as a service. I think once we get value that's being generated and created and staying in space, you'll get to reinvest your profits, ideally, into going out further. So that's how I envision it. It's idealistic, and we'll see if that pans out. But that's what I would like to see in 10 years.
What was that?
Buildings, landing pads. The first structure off Earth on another planet, that's really my belief there. So that's what I like to see.
All right. Any more questions from the audience? Is that something possible? Oh wow. All right. How do we do this? Do we pass this round or maybe you do my question? Yeah. All right. So please.
Well, I have a question since you are all in, this particular area of space. I would like to see if you could give a quick, maybe 30-second description of what you do on your day-to-day kind of, because I have a degree in molecular biology, so I wanted, and I work in, bio, so I wanted to know what you do a little bit more of your daily.
So
what is it to get more into your perspective?
So in 30 seconds or less, you are on the clock. I want to be respectful to my son, who is a teenager, so I spend my time doing emails and phone calls. Okay, but we actually interact with a lot of different organizations because we do partnerships. So I spend a lot of my time interacting with companies and organizations and looking for the Venn diagram overlap between what NASA is doing and what companies and other organizations want to do.
I work on a little bit of everything. Main space brought me on as kind of a systems aerospace engineer, a little bit of electrical engineering, some mechanical, even do a little bit of trajectories work when we're in the asteroid mining realm. And we even do a little bit of regolith processing, working on manufacturing out of lunar and Martian materials for NASA.
My daily job seems like kind of boring. I'm basically writing software for the science pipeline for the mission tests, which is basically going to be looking for exoplanets. So once the satellite will be in space, it's going to send out the data down to the ground station, and then we will process everything. But basically, that's an excuse for me to, being at NASA and have to talk to amazing people, get to know what other people from NASA are doing, and exchange information, exchange knowledge and perspective. So.
I think I have one of the best jobs in the world. I spend a lot of my time thinking about creativity, thinking about diversity of perspectives. Right? It doesn't really get much better than this. It's, you can go quite far into the future and think about the space station and things like that, but then backtrack into current times And how do you get to that particular architecture without breaking the laws of physics? No, just is that a problem? Yeah, there's always like this big old blind spot says, I'm opinion, or here's what happens.
Yeah, I'm jealous actually. That's awesome. My day to day, so I'm writing my thesis, so a lot of it's actually reading articles, which is a good skill because when I'm tired of the deep tech stuff, I read about like the latest entrepreneurship news. I read about space companies. I try and read at least 5 articles from space news or a daily digest, just to kind of stay on top of what's happening. It's changing very quickly. And so that's sort of my day to day, and then I like to play around. We have conversations, and just nerd out. I think so that's sort of the day to day. Honestly, I would say the day to day changes probably every month. So it's in this world when you have to innovate, you're going to discover something that works or doesn't work, and then that's going to change your trajectory. So that's how it is.
I just wanted to follow up with what you said about it's amazing. You find in the readings you find about a new tool or a new methodology, and you can kind of extrapolate. Well, if I had this particular capability, how would that influence the market? If I were able to bring it to market with my own slight twist. And it's regardless of your background, whether you're an aerospace engineer or electrical engineer or a molecular biologist, we all have these in-depth knowledge areas that are able to incorporate new tools and new ideas and to see how that can affect the future.
Go for it.
Hi, my name is Charlotte George, I'm from Stanford. I wanted to have each of you just like we're all here that we have to start dealing with data tomorrow morning on our own. But maybe if you guys could just tell us like one or two of your favorite sort of esoteric databases that you know of that we can't distinguish what's inside 25 petabytes of data. So anyway, maybe there's something that doesn't come to mind, and Skip, and somebody maybe tells us some esoteric things that aren't being accessed, or
How do you wrangle data?
Good question. It turns out we're actually sponsoring something called the NASA Frontier Development Lab, which is a mashup of AI and planetary scientists. And by the way, the applications are open right now for participants and mentors. Okay, so Google NASA Frontier Development Lab. That's one of the things we're doing because NASA, we have huge databases on a variety of different things. And we have this new tool called AI, deep learning, and big data. And so when you put those two together, you have quite a combustion, I guess I should say. And we did this last year. We did FDL 1.0, we did FDL 2.0. We have a number of interesting sponsors, such as SETI. We're working with SETI, IBM, Intel, Autodesk, NVIDIA. It is super cool, and they're doing just exactly that, finding lots of interesting data sets and putting big data to work to see can we learn important things from those big data sets. So Google NASA Frontier Development Lab.
So NASA's interest in asteroids begins and ends officially with planetary defense. They're not officially interested in asteroids from a resources perspective, but the Jet Propulsion Labs maintains an excellent asteroid database containing the most up-to-date orbital elements, the most up-to-date information about their composition, if it's known what the most recent observation was. I believe we're up to 1 million tracked objects in the solar system now. And the data set is the JPL Horizons database. And you can combine that with several other pieces of, several other data sets that NASA maintains, including the NHATS, NHAT, which is Near Earth Object Human Analysis Trajectory, something. It highlights the asteroids that are the best candidates for visiting by a human mission, which also conveniently are the ones that are kind of best for resource exploitation. So, look, my suggestion for the data set that would be the most underutilized is NASA's data set on asteroid locations, which aren't officially compiled for asteroid resource purposes, but can still definitely be used for that. So NHATS and JPL horizons are the data sets.
So during for my mission, for example, we kind of basically store most of the information into database. So we use like Postgres and some in-house database systems. But one of the biggest database that we use from the outside world, it's actually called Gaia. It's from the ESA, and it's basically the mapping of all the stars in our galaxy. So it's like billions of information about stars around in the entire galaxy, and we use all the data to analyze and keep this information during our processing about the exoplanets. So if you basically want to do something with the stars, the Gaia could be a great instrument.
I'm really glad you brought up data because I think one in our goals of working in space and space technologies, as well as making money in that field, I think data science and working with the data sets are among the lower hanging fruits out there. If you're able to figure out ways to glean out new insights from the available data sets, I think there is enormous potential. And because you're mostly working with bits instead of atoms, the ability to iterate would be much quicker. You'll be able to progress much faster. You're also seeing right now a huge influx of VC money into data science areas. So I feel like if you're going to be in space working in data science, the wind is on your back.
Cool. All these wonderful data sources. I don't work with too much sort of numerical data, but a lot of text data. So if anyone who's doing NLP and you're interested in construction, again, this is my bet here, the American Society of Civil Engineers hosts a conference every 2 years called the ASCE Earth and Space Conference. And that's really where the bulk of technology development updates, different ways of combining regolith and solidifying it. That's where a lot of that information actually exists. I'll also throw out another model that I'm aware of, but I'm not technically using in my research, and that's the NASA meteoroid model. So they have basically estimates for the size and frequency of meteoroid objects either in low Earth orbit, on the moon, or sort of deep space, to find out how likely you're going to be hit.
Always good to know. Yeah, in the back.
With NASA aids, I would say that progress over the last 8 to 10 years, it's space instrumentation absolutely right? At the same time, an enthusiasm for space private companies is very high, too small. Do you expect any limitation, let's say, or restriction from regulatory edges, particularly, let's say, NASA as a government agency? Because in space agreement, international space agreement, government and every country responsible for operation in space. And there are a lot of conflicts, particularly, for example, you promoted exoplanets or space colonization, which was official, actually, let's say, announced many NASA administrations. But, for example, planetary protection policy did not allow any Earth-based life form delivered to any surface in space. It's some kind of conflict with the promotion of space mass colonization and existing policy. My question is that do you expect any restriction or limitation for space colonization from
So, yeah, do we expect any regulatory restrictions or barriers to doing all the things we want to do, including space colonization or life form exploration, all those things?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And Daniel Faber covered a little bit where things are at with licensing for comm spectrum, for launching and re-entry to Earth's atmosphere, and the outer space treaty. Right now, those are really, for the U.S., those are really the things that govern what happens in space. And there's just gaping holes in both legalities, international policy, remediation for people trying to claim jump and so on. And so those things are going to have to be filled in. It's actually an active area of policy and legality that needs to be pushed. COPUS, part of the UN, I guess is one area that this could move. I think Daniel Field was also right that we'll see these things develop as we address situations and conflicts and problems that arise. Okay, so they're going to have to at least be addressed then. But yeah, we definitely need to evolve the essentially outer space law, I guess, in a simple way, because right now it's very nascent, it's very minimal relative to what you can expect when you have lots of people and activities happening in space. And so we will probably see that develop quite considerably. And that will lead to some restrictions on what you can do and licensing that you have to have and so on. There's no doubt about that. But right now it's pretty much the Wild West in space going on.
Yeah, when we talk about, at least where I work, we never say the phrase outer space treaty without a chuckle afterwards, except right there. The outer space treaty is a relic. And the only reason we still have it is because it's never been tested substantially. Because, like you said, the only serious regulations that have to exist are on telecom, which the outer space treaty was never meant to develop. The OST was developed to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons in space between Russia and America. That's how out of date the existing legal framework in space is. So, I do agree that it's basically the Wild West up there for now. And I think if we look to how previous industries like this have eventually been regulated, unfortunately, the way it's going to be regulated is in the wake of disaster. It is an inevitable fact of this industry that people are going to die. And you have to learn to accept that. You do your damnedest to make sure that you can do everything possible to prevent that from happening, but humans are going to die in the exploration of space, and we need to learn to accept that. But there is one thing that regulation is not good at accepting, and that is that there is inevitable risk and there is a human cost associated with it. We saw kind of the initial stirrings to this during the loss of Virgin Galactic's White Knight about 3 years ago. But that was the FAA really first exercising its regulatory muscles over the human launch sector. And we are fortunate that we have yet to experience a death in space, actually, in Earth orbit. But when it happens, and when it happens under commercial venture, my guess is that's when you're going to see regulation following it. My only hope is that we will be so far ahead of the regulators when that time comes that the regulations they do impose will be able to hold
So something I can think of, regulation that is blocking or slowing down exploration, for example, on NASA, is the planetary protection, for example. So if you imagine sending a rover or some kind of like sample, but like for Mars, and trying to do some investigation of life on Mars, that is like very very protected. So the type of instrument and robot that they can go into this kind of science needs to be like super clean and sterilized and have very very high requirements on the type of life detection it can do. And of course, this indicates a lot of much higher cost, much longer time to create these missions. And yeah, so this is one of the things that can definitely slow down this exploration in resources.
Silicon Valley is kind of known for pushing far ahead of regulations. And I don't see that the space industry that's being developed, with Silicon Valley roots, drifting too far away from that, for good or for bad. And it's, as they mentioned before, it's going to be the conflicts that ultimately develop the legal cases and the basis for rules and regulations. So, and that's my own personal take. For some reason, I'm reminded about how in Anaheim, where Disneyland is, there is a rule that says you cannot shoot off fireworks only except for July 4th. But for the most part, every night, Disneyland shoots off fireworks, and they pay the fine. I hope that with planetary protection and things like that, that we don't have the same model where a little bit more cognizant of the rules and being a good steward of Mars. Yeah, I mean, planetary protection, we keep harping on this. I think that definitely has to change. I mean, if you imagine a colony, you're going to be probably growing food, and we're humans, and we're going to have our biomes interacting with Mars, whether we like it or not. So for right now, it's a sticking point, but I expect that to change. And I really see it driven more commercially than I do through NASA needs, but that's a longer conversation. The other thing I want to add is I started looking into space thinking. How do we finance things? VC money only goes so far, it's very expensive. And the first thing we started doing when we talked about it, I worked with Bruce Cahan over at Stanford and Professor Irmgard Marbo in Vienna, who's on UN Focus. And we asked a lot of legal questions. And so there is a gray area, and that was what we perceived actually as a pretty big risk. Because once you start putting money up in space, virtually, I mean, this opens up laundering issues, this opens up international transfer rights, who owns the bank, what happens if it needs to be shut down. Banking is a pretty broad legal field. So there are a lot of questions, and it relates to entrepreneurship. I think it's going to be a piece of space entrepreneurship going forward until we fill in the gaps. Legal ramifications, it is a risk, and like all risks, you mitigate it as much as possible in the business model. And so whether or not it's too much risk for you and for your funders, that's going to be out to be seen.
Yeah, I give planetary protection until 2025. It's not going to survive its first brush. It's not going to survive humans' first brush with Mars. Planetary protection laws are I think almost certainly going to be scrapped by the time that process rolls around.
I'll just add one thing to that. One of my colleagues is a biologist. He's saying actually planetary protection is largely an illusion, because when you sterilize something, you just kill the weak bacteria. You don't kill them all.
And on these happiest of notes, I want to do two things. One is, so to summarize, I think what I have been hearing here is that the space industry is becoming more commercial, more complex, and more catalytic, in the sense that it's not becoming isolated. It's actually going to catalyze innovations in law, in banking, in plant regulation, and a lot of other industries, including AI, artificial intelligence. So, but as we started with the panel, one of the biggest surprises is the diversity of the community that's coalescing around space. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for your interest. Let's thank our panelists. And and they're sitting around, so if you want to ask a few questions, come on up.
Yeah, it works. Oh, but it heats up my phone. At the moment, next sure. At summer, when you use next one, then it's just I'm using the
What should I
yeah, the only thing so I have
Yeah, what to do, yeah.
Especially when I'm vertical video. Because it burns my hands. Yeah, it takes so much power. Yeah, and I wanted to try it, but it's not maybe use a tripod. Yeah, and I don't have it. That's not working. Just strap it. Yeah, I need. Yeah, if you have some. I have. I mean, we have.
One of our colleagues again, work with us is like nobody walks with us. I survived that. So that's what we did. We actually provide more of a welcoming organization to finally sketch yeah. We actually found it pretty hot. Yeah, that's why economy is so that's the program this
like really make the whole thing.
So we'll be submitting with the second panel in a couple of minutes.
My grandfather made me the book was much longer. In American yeah, shit.
Okay, go, go, go. I know, sometimes like, wow.
That's why I have there's lots of strange things happening.
I just would like to ask everyone if we can take our seats, setting the lunch in 1 hour and hour of break, so you can continue your conversations with them. Thank you.
Sam, come here.
Wondering if you were, I don't know if you're around. Actually, let's go in a red document.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So, will everyone please take their seats for panel 2?
We need to like very precisely where star is located, and so we expect like on each sleeve, on each pixel of the like where each star is located. We know, for example, Gaia, the star, that's when we measure about the size and the function and the other different characteristics of the stars.
Now time for the second panel, and I'm personally very excited to hear experienced world scientists and entrepreneurs share their, so to speak, war stories. So, operator, please.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my utmost pleasure to introduce panelists for the mid-space. And I'm going to have the panelists, but perhaps alongside I would also share a passion that aligns with the space industry, what your utmost passions and your concentration.
Well, that's a tall order. I'm Patricia Jacoberger. I'm at NASA headquarters in the Earth Science Division. I'm Senior Advisor, Science Mission Directorate. It's been a long and strange road, and I'm happy to be where I am. I'm very happy to be where I am. I'm a geologist by training. I started out in industry, moved into academia, teaching, and then came into federal service 4 decades ago that I'm going to tell you. What am I passionate about? I'm passionate about Earth as a planet. Because back in the day when I got started, we didn't have tools for the data that you will now bring to bear on the challenge. We had very little of that. We had kind of invented and fly by the seats of our pants. The idea that Earth could be considered as a unique but integrated whole, that's big. And we continue to study. You know, there's every time we uncover it, get or understand it better, there are several more underneath that we need to understand. And that requires digging in the ditches between disciplines. Nobody gets to be just a geologist or just a physicist or biologist anymore. We are connecting up and stitching together those disciplines to understand one of the most complicated systems out there. I find that fascinating, and we're not going to be done anytime soon.
I'm Elena Czolszewska, and as most of you have heard, I'm leading Space Hub Challenge in Silicon Valley and in Skopje. But the other areas that I'm involved in the space industry is running my own space company, which is in the field of humans in space. It started last summer here in Silicon Valley. I was in Singularity University program at NASA Ames Research Center, and I met a wonderful woman from Puerto Rico, and we started researching together over the course of the summer about the spacesuits and how they are not disturbed in the last 40 years. It's a small but very valuable market with all the considerations that we have in this moment of exploring space further. And not thinking just for the commercial space travels, but actually having industries there if the current spacesuits that we have are viable and are suitable for that. And what we find out was that they're definitely not, and it was something that we explored further. Um, how many of you here are with non-tech background? Can you raise your hands? That was not the answer I was hoping for. So, coming myself from more of a business background and less of a formal technical background, and with a great love of space, it was a bit of a challenge how I can get into this field without actually having the technical background. Working with this my co-founder Simara, she managed to develop concept for creating completely new layers where she would again incorporate 24 features that the current spacesuit had, but much more on a way that the suit will be much lighter and much more manageable and much more economical. I get into the picture when I re-innovate the whole concept of having the suit being mainly one single garment, but having three different layers, where the astronaut would wear one layer while inside the spaceship. Then we'll put on top of it the next layer. Well, they'll need to go outside of the let's say International Space Station to fix something or to research, and then put the third layer if he needs to step on another planet. So that would mean that instead of carrying three separate spacesuits, you would need only one opposed to three layers. So it will reduce the volume that will be uploaded up, but then also instead of whenever you had a new version on any piece of those layers, you can update or buy new just that layer. You're not supposed to throw out the whole suit and get the new one. So will not get further in this, but my point was that regardless of which background are you, space is such huge, and this especially this hackathon is so interesting that attracts and involves, and people with completely different backgrounds can contribute and benefit to exploration of space further. So that's the area that I like, and definitely fits with commercialization of space, and not approaching just from the technical point of view, but approaching also from the commercial point of view, and how we can improve this, and then how we can use the same concept for for the earth industries, and we define 5 different markets that can use the same materials that we were working on in the moment.
Okay, my name is Ari Guarderos Luna. I'm actually work for NASA Ames. I'm an aerospace and systems engineer. I actually build things for the space station and also for going to Mars. My passion, my career is about developing technologies and further the state of art for small satellites and technologies that take us to Mars or explore new worlds. And I love to share my knowledge and inspire other people to pursue the same thing that I'm currently doing. And happy to be here.
I'm Hannah. I spoke earlier today, so I want to to me, it's really interesting. I never actually wanted or planned to work for NASA. Um, I think I was always what inspired me was always the philosophical aspects of space and life, the origin of life, and the purpose of us humans from an individual to a species. That's the only connection that I had early on. In my life. So in terms of my background, I love physics, but I've always tried to reinvent myself, and what drives me is curiosity. So after I've done a lot of experimental physics, I did computational chemistry, and then I worked in biotech for a while. I've been at NASA in different projects for the past 13 years. So I've been the engineering side and also the commercial side. And one part that I want to put out here is many different occasions as a woman. I felt that I'm at the table and I really know that I'm saying, I'm putting out there a good idea. And then I have that feeling that a man was requested to say that idea. Sort of like there's a cartoon saying, well, great idea, how about let Mr. John say it? And so I've always thought and I consider that education was the most important part that would take me out of that mindset and really help me earn a seat at the table where my voice as a woman is heard. So I can't stress enough the value of education.
Revolves around what topic I will discuss next as far as in what point of your lives did you know that you wanted to do this business? You didn't know that you always wanted to work for NASA, but at what point did you know you were going to then pursue this career?
I started this career on July 20th, 1969.
Very simple. I think for me first was when I was trying to build things with my brother into the garage of my grandfather, trying to build a small car or various different things that will move by themselves in some way. So it was a very a learning experience for me as a girl, and I always knew that I wanted to create things and build things. And I kind of, when you're younger, you don't see that it might be a problem entering into the STEM field by being a girl. You just try and do whatever you're curious about. It's something that kind of society puts on you as a pressure when you grow older. Um, However, I was happy that I had this mindset since younger. So I continue entering this field even later on, I didn't wanted to pressure myself from being over.
Well, mine started when I was about 7 years old. I'm actually from Mexico, so when I was raised in Mexico, my mother had encyclopedias. You guys know what they are. They're almost. So I was about 7 years old, and I would come from school and look over the books, and there was a picture about a space shuttle. And I was so intrigued about it that I read about who built the space shuttle. And at that point, I made my mind that I wanted to be an aerospace engineer, not really knowing what aerospace engineering was, or the space industry. And over the years, when I was here and I went into my aerospace engineering at San Jose State, I also did not expect to be here at NASA or working in that specific industry. The only thing I wanted it was a diploma from my from San Jose State. But I was lucky enough that I could actually apply for an internship at NASA Ames, and I stayed. I have not worked in any other place but NASA Ames, and it has been a great experience for me. And I encourage other women to do the same, educate themselves, and look forward to have an internship at NASA or in space industry. This is world changing. Uh, a lot of times we, as a women, we think that we're not capable of doing things, but I encourage everyone to do it because you never know if that specific mindset that you have or experience that you have previously will actually influence the space industry. You just never know what it's going to do. So that's.
Yeah, I think I just followed my heart. A very good mentor of mine before told me that the best decision you take are with a clear mind and a calm heart. And so I don't think my clear mind is ever telling me to go there, but my heart took me where I am. The only thing I can say is what I'm really hoping, and I realize the huge potential that this valley has in terms of the diversity. We really are such a great mix, and from diversity comes innovation and comes that unconventional push forward. So what I really hope to realize before I end up my career is to create a space embassy here in Silicon Valley and to have a truly innovative space center, space visitor center. So these are all great things that we really matter.
Excellent, thank you so much. And so I'll ask a couple of questions, but then I do want to open it to the audience as well, so everyone can get their voices heard. But what are the biggest challenges or obstacles that women face in the industry right now? And in your opinion, how do we as a society try to dismantle these barriers?
That's a tough one, and I think I'll allow my colleagues the privilege of talking about the challenges faced right now. I will say that I still dream of the day when there are no more firsts to be had. When we're past all of that, first woman this, first woman that, and that it is so common, so run of the mill, so accepted, that we just get on with our business and do the important things that we do. Let's start here.
I'll take this one. I think, from my perspective, definitely is about society, where we are. We inherently already, try to box in the women in a specific role, and the boys in a specific role, and we don't really give them the chance to be able to diverse and explore. And as a society, we need to start doing that, and then that will influence our industry. So if we just really take that unbiased that we need to use or make them do that, but actually being able to open the door and say, well, with your new idea, come out, and explore and make things better. And I think then those barriers will be easy to move, and go. And that's the way I see, and I approach the problems or the
think there's a lot of barriers, and they're not necessarily woman specific. I will talk about a couple. I've been, especially working with it. So first of all, I felt a lot of the times that being a woman in a sea of aerospace engineers that surround NASA, and that was challenging. Then the other thing is, I like to get things done. So I'm a go-getter, and that's what entrepreneurs do. And yet, the perception in, unfortunately, of the bureaucracy is that you're aggressive and you're confrontational. And so it's really a pushback on like, wait a second, I'm really dedicated here to what I think the objective of this organization is, right? It's the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. We can do amazing things with the branding that was put out there. Why don't we go do that? My assumption is that we're all working towards the same goal, right? The new space, the Space Earth Conference, and so on. So what holds us back? I think that's really my biggest challenge. Why can't we really embrace what we're supposed to do and not the other things, the other agendas that derail us from that? I'd say one positive example in overcoming these challenges that I mentioned before in my experience this summer at Singularity University was that the selection of people coming to that program was so diverse. There was 80 people coming from 60 different countries and nationalities, and being 50% female, 50% male, which was very surprising to see that the organization in Silicon Valley made such choice. So, and the youngest was 23 and the oldest was 56. So if you can imagine this diversity across every possible line that you can find, then the only thing that we didn't have any other choice than accept the diversity, whatever kind of prejudice anyone had. We were stuck to with another for 3 months. We were working together. So I think a lot of barriers, not just women to female, but nationalities, ages, everything fell down. And we started after a while to accept the situation and actually work together. And I think amazing ideas were developed and amazing and companies were created. One of the companies that went from that program is a couple of years ago is Made in Space, Max, that was just talking in the previous panel. So we allowed ourselves to be vulnerable just because we didn't have someone else watching. So if you're at your home city where it's not kind of normal and not acceptable as much to have a female sitting on a board of a tech company or funding a tech company with a woman, or any kind of prejudice that society had, here no one was watching. It was only us, and I think that was one big reason why everyone opened and actually accept one another. And I think if we can create as young people and as societies and with the help of NASA those kinds of experiences and those kinds of programs, I think we would achieve that goal of actually making in future this to become completely normal. So
Thank you, and I think that's what makes Silicon Valley so special and the goal that the cities had. So I have one more question and I want to open up to the audience if you have any questions. But so much about finding your career is branding yourself. And how do you brand both your company and yourself to become marketable and create a long-term career in this industry?
I think you start with self-awareness. When you're driven, when you know where you want to go and what you want to get to, it sometimes becomes a little tricky to look inside and see where you still need to grow, get there. But that kind of self-awareness, if you cultivate it, if you deliberately acknowledge the areas where maybe you're not so good and force the stretch in that direction, you are fitting yourself for more tasks, more rewarding work. And I don't think that is restricted to any gender or any type of particular individual. I think everybody can use a bit of that. I think the other part is to be a whole person, to know what it is that you are willing to do, what it is that you are willing to be flexible on, and what it is that you will not compromise. You need to know where your ethical and moral compass is. You need to know exactly what lines you will and won't cross, and you need to defend those lines vigorously. Then you add on top of that the technical and scientific expertise that you only get through long experience and through doing the hard work, the field work, lab work, whatever it is. And you add to your toolkit, and you don't ever stop adding to your toolkit. And I think the other piece of skill that sometimes we don't get enough time to is listening. I tell all my students that they need to seek out opportunities where they have to talk in front of people because that's part of the science. It's important that science be rigorous, that it be testable and tested, and that it be done in an open and transparent way and communicated. It is also absolutely critical for all of us to hear what is being said to us. And that's not always easy, especially if it's something we don't want to hear, or something difficult to hear. But both sides of that coin are absolutely essential to being successful, to being the person who is known as the problem solver, the knitter together of people and teams, the one who is unflappable in the face of adversity, who will find a solution because there always is one. I think that's the package that you have to assemble. It's not easy, it will never be easy, but by golly, it'll work.
I had one very specific experience in this area when I was really young. So from 19 years old to 22, 23, I managed to get a job within the cabinet of defense in the country, racing to working for the prime minister and then the cabinet of the president itself. It was tremendous experience having something like this so young and learning things that you want and you don't want sometimes to know about how the Rwanda state is run. However, I had so many benefits and so much power that on such a young age, and I was so well branded with that strong brand that it never occurs to me until I resigned and I lost that branding that how dangerous actually it could be. I have seen, coming to Silicon Valley, I have seen so many people branding them so much with a corporate background, with companies that are kind of supporting their confidence, are giving them the name and giving them the authority, which if they're not there, losing themselves. I had the bad side and the good side experience this at 23. I literally, the next day or a couple of weeks in, after resigning, I started feeling literally naked. Kind of who am I and how to proceed further. It was very scary experience, but that was actually the moment when I decided that I'm one way or another, I want to become an entrepreneur. I never want to work for a corporation. I want to cooperate but not work for. I never want to take someone else's authority, either from my husband, either from an organization or a corporate, that will actually give the authority to me. That was the moment when I decided I will create projects around myself and I'll give authority to my projects. So like that, I would never put myself in that kind of situation.
losing my name and losing my brand. So creating the brand around yourself. Well, space brand, that's something interesting because I never thought about it just recently. I I think the one key thing is if you want to have a space brand is that whatever you choose to be in the space brand environment, you need to really get yourself educated, vetted on what is out there, what are the companies that are like similar to what the idea that you want, that you're looking or you're developing, and build it and test it. And Patricia said, you have to be transparent, you have to put the data out there, you have to be this. Because a lot of times in my career, I found companies that they say they're space qualified or space this and that, and they're not really. And you find out they have issues and problems, and then you're gonna lose the trust, right? And so having that, I think, my advice is that make sure that whatever you guys are going for space branding, you guys really need to research and put the homework before you guys jump into it. In For me, space branding, that's what I do. I mean, I test, I develop, I build, I get data, I write papers. So, it's basically my, I am, space branding. That's what I do. So.
To me, it's not about brand. It's about who you are. That's it's where your heart is. What do you want to do in this life? Who you want to be, and not only to take, but also to give. I've had very few true mentors. To me, my life is about being a constant learner, professional development. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm not afraid of failure. I always sit down and ponder on those things. What can I learn? What can I do better? And it is extremely important to me and near to my heart to do the best I can to be a good mentor. I take many students in the summertime and I try to spend a huge amount of time with them. As I mentioned before, I have two girls and they are my mentors too, and I'm their mentor too. I learned so much from being a parent. And so I'm trying to take that and make sure I give back. I think I've noticed, especially in the recent years, that there's so many takers and so few givers. And so I think that's really important for if we talk about branding.
Excellent, thank you. So I will now open the audience to you guys. Any questions? Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, first kind of experience. So, my generation in the 30s, do you guys think it's a generation thing for women in space or anything solid for women? Because for me, growing up, I never feel that way because it's always so lately, I don't feel Silicon Valley conferences this coming up. And my other experience is, on average, if you continue and told me a joke, I didn't get it at the moment. I was able to say something. Maybe I asked another person what the joke is. It was kind of just a joke. And I think it's a generation thing. I'm not sure what that is to you, but for me, at least, my generation, or my grad, grew up, no one really did activities as they need to kind of segregate ourselves, or it's like this period, many races, like I honestly, any other race the same as me, but there is people who are not different timeline. So, to the point of view, I think a woman led first thing would probably fade away as that generation retired. I don't know, but just want to what it means.
I think it's an interesting point. I was certainly the only woman in most of my classes in college. I'm the only one who got out of grad school with the degree I went in intending to get at the time I intended to get it. there certainly is an element of that. I have found it to be a very powerful tool to be completely oblivious to and just to go about my business. But the other thing you mentioned, the fact that there are jokes and comments out there that are not perhaps the most flattering or kindest comments, that's a tricky one. I think it matters very much to some people, to the older generations perhaps, some not enough, some too much. I also think that it's where the power can be if we do recognize those things and call them out and stop them. But that's a tricky maneuver in any business meeting. If somebody tells an off-color joke, you have to decide right then and there, where's your line? What do you do about it? I've found for myself that there are certain things that I do not tolerate in a meeting. And it's a lot easier to defend one of my colleagues than it is to defend myself. But then I don't happen to think I need much defending anymore. So I think we will have to decide. But certainly I think the generational move probably is there. I just don't know which direction the generational element goes at the time. I don't think it's necessarily consistent. It's a good question.
Okay, so to you, I will recommend that you see the movie Hidden Figures, which is great. And it gives you some perspective of the cultural barriers that we have here. And, to the bulk of the same thing that Tricia said, I was the only other woman in my class for my bachelor's degree and my master's. And the graduating was really hard. I was lucky enough that my peers, who were all male, support me, and I was part of the team. But even when I went into work for aerospace engineering, I am the only technical woman in the room of like 10 or 12 people, right? And that becomes sometimes difficult because you not only have to raise your voices, raise your concerns, and especially if you're a technical authority, which I am. And so, to talk about all those different things and then make sure that the man doesn't feel like they're being challenged, right? Because a lot of times when you raise questions, men might feel that they're being, they're mainly who is being challenged, right? But it's, I'm coming from the technical background, and I'm raising those concerns. So some of those things, are, hard to deal when you are in the work environment. But you also need to understand where the other men or the people in the room are coming from, so you can address those cultural differences, societal differences. It is very difficult for a woman to be successful in the industry that I am, right? And we are breaking the barriers here, and we continue to break them. But it's important to address these issues constantly, and I'm really happy that NASA is doing it. Actually, just to give some, I think, history that I think NASA was the first government that was unsegregated. So we are, trying to bring this and talking about it and addressing them. It is the first step. So, yeah.
I love Hidden Figures. I really love it. So I think there's 3 points I want to make. One, yes, we should not create a hype with STEM. I agree with Patricia. I didn't grow up with, this thing that, women have to go to STEM or whatever. I was very oblivious to it. It's just, that's what I was curious about. I had the opportunity and so on. So we definitely want to be careful not to create a hype or not to create a hype with women in space or whatever, because in the end, what it boils down to is, are you passionate about that fit your personality or not? That's all. It's not the gender, it's not the race, it's nothing else, right? It's what are you really connected? What do you really connect? The other thing that I learned from my father, it took me a decade to understand what he meant. He said, nobody can humiliate me unless I choose to be humiliated. And it's really, what it boils down to is, when something is said,
how much do you choose to take that personal versus ask, wait a second, what's the background of the other person on the other side coming from? Maybe it has nothing to do with me in the end, right? So it's this, I think we take a lot of things too personal, many different times. And the third point I wanted to make here is, yes, I agree with Ali. When I had my first baby, my boss at that time requested me. So I was, I was in the hospital for 3 days, and then I came home. It was my first baby. It was really, really challenging for me. I definitely didn't have my night's sleep and so on. And a week after I was home, he sent me an email. At that time, I was in the process of, so I moved from an H1. I applied as an outstanding researcher to get my green card. And he sent me an email and he said, you need to deliver a paper in 2 weeks or you lose your green card. I kick you off. And so I was pondering if I should go legal on that or not. I really don't like this litigation kind of mentality and so on. And it was really hard for me. I delivered that paper. And what happened to it is he just put it on his desk and he never looked at it. So these are realities. And I think these are unacceptable realities. Like Patricia said, this is a line that should never be crossed, right? There's a gender difference here that we need to accept, and we need to find that compassion. I mean, in the end, each of us maybe has, a child, two, in a whole lifetime of work. Can we be kind and offer women what they need in order to take care of their children properly? Because you know what? This boils down to the emotional development of those children. So, we have to find a balance. Do we have any questions?
Oh, I want to go back to the data. but not until I say, it was all women in science are Marie Curie's who won 2 Nobel laureates. And so we all are inspired by Marie Curie and we ignore everything else. And so my question is, I actually came into Silicon Valley after being, I have a master's degree in art history. And so you say, well, why does that matter? Well, in Texas, it's a big deal because there's so many archives of NASA that go clear back to, the 60s from the era that you and I know when we wanted to be on the moon the next day when, we saw everything live. So I want to know, for you that's doing, spacesuits, are you aware and have you ever referenced the historical data? Because there was just enormous, both visual, photographic, so many archives. And so I worry about the archives of data, the archives of NASA's data, even back to the original, NACA NASA.
We did a lot of research as much as we could before starting the project within the summer and continue further. We also managed to get cooperation with some researchers from Stanford that help us out. But I definitely think that we can do better job. I think that we're doing a good job with preserving the data, but not as much with organizing and tagging and putting it on the same place in a way that it will be easily extracted whenever you are looking for a new project. I was aware about the project that were funded through SBR program and a lot of IPs and ideas and projects that were developed over there. And I went to a web page, but I was not capable, let's say, so easily finding out if there is something that I could use or that was already worked on, so it doesn't have to repeat the process. So definitely there is job that needs to be done better.
If I can add, I am so glad somebody's looking into that because I love history. My aerospace background, we study history. Where where we were coming, from studies, and where we are. So one of the things that working with NASA, every time I go to a center, I try to educate myself what's out there, what do we have. And what I've been finding is that a lot of the stuff, the history part, is being neglected.
Yes.
Because we don't have money, right? The government doesn't have money to really preserve that history. You know, if I go to Kennedy, I see where Apollo 1 student, the thing is, falling apart. Or if I go to the Space Johnson Center, there are things, machines that, the space shuttle, where they had the space shuttle, the mock-up of how the wiring, was, constructed, it's old technology, so they're letting it, decay. And if you go to NASA, it's the same thing. And so I really wish that some agency or some private industry really look into that and try to archive and rescue all that history. Because no one else in the whole world has that history. Right? We are the only ones. It's our history. It talks about us, or where we were and where are we going. And it's so important, right? And people neglect that. And it is kind of sad for me because I see it all the time.
And it goes down not just, I agree completely with preserving the history, but it goes down to how we can use that information faster and better because it's preserving of knowledge. So for example, if you read about Elon Musk, you will see that they're saying he was managed to do what he did in his lifetime just because he was able to learn fast and read fast and learn fast, and he managed to do this. But not everyone should go through that process or capable of going through this process. So people had better way to look through the data and make meaningful conclusions. It will definitely help. You mentioned not having money, but it's actually spending much more money because so many people are doing same things over and over again just because not using what was done before. And if you get, and instead of me learning and processing so many things, if they could spend the same time and energy on actually building on of what was already done, it would be better for everyone.
Yeah, well, I'd like to add a couple of points if I may. One is that, yes, this question of data that reside. I spent an inordinate number of sleepless nights thinking about the data that are in the bottom of all filing cabinets of a scientist who's about to retire. Because we don't just need the satellite data, although it pains me to say that. We need the ground-based data and the ocean buoys and all of those other platforms that provide us with richness. We need the photographs that the guy who went out and tromped around on glaciers for 40 years took, and that show where the terminus of those glaciers was 40 years ago as compared to now, which we can see from the satellites very clearly. We need that information, and we do need a way to corral it. The federal government's getting a little bit better about discovering that information and ensuring that it is kept in perpetuity, although much of it is analog, not digital, and therefore still only moderately accessible. But they're trying. They're trying, I think, quite hard. But to find that beautiful and refined interface that allows us to combine ground-based data in the form of photographs, field notes, cable communications, all of those things, and to merge that with satellite data at the resolutions that we tend to think of in terms of understanding how the planet works. Now, there's a heavy lift for you, but so important. I remember when I was a field scientist working in the Sahara, a colleague of mine, one named Susan Nicholson, went from post to post to post, gathering all of the handwritten meteorological measurements that had been taken throughout the early 20th century and the mid and late 20th century. And she put it all together and published it so that those of us who were looking at desertification across the Sahel could actually understand where we were as compared to where we come to. It was an incredible gift to the scientific community. And there are other such gifts out there still that remain. So yeah, let's not forget about all of that data. And I would say only one other thing, and that is that there are people whose job it is to help with these sorts of things. I spent a good number of years working at the Smithsonian Institution, which is not a federal agency, but it is a trust instrumentality of the federal government. And there are space historians who eat that stuff for breakfast. They're good at it. And they don't have the budget to do it all either. But if there are critical resources that are sitting out there that they ought to know about, I think you would find a willing ear and possibly a way to make sure that at least something gets those people. Really good.
Just a quick thing, because we're in a hackathon, right? So how about, and to me, the biggest challenge is I think there's so much good information on the NASA side, and because it covers so many different aspects and disciplines, it's really hard to put it on one website, which is why we have a hard time. It takes a lot of effort to try to find something. And so, and I had a challenge with microgravity. I was hoping to put out a database of information. The lady over there, right? You asked me, well, can you point me to a database of where can I find information about biotech in space, right? What we've done in biotech in space. Well, so there's a couple of them, but it's not, the user interface is not really good. So how about, trying to find a free sample, do something, what's there, put it out, nicely out there with a taxonomy, updated, interface, get that free sample, and then, build a business on it, build a startup on it, make that data, available in a much more easier, user-friendly manner.
You're here.
Do you have time for one more question? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Karen. So I'm interested in human bias and how a group of people who make something can very quickly scrutiny from other people. For example, when Facebook came out with an algorithm to identify people's faces, it did not work with people like Jennifer Skin, and that happened either because they didn't think about it or that they didn't feel it was important to be inclusive. So I was wondering about NASA, which is historically a male-dominated industry, or even the space industry in general. Have you noticed any effects of any biases? And in the future, how do you think that will influence the people who go to space, people from all different backgrounds and cultures?
I'd just like to note that Facebook facility didn't like those of us with very high albedo either. So I'm not sure what message to take from that. But my colleagues again at the Smithsonian were very fond of saying quite vociferously, history is not neutral. And I would extend that to say that just about everything is not neutral. There are privileges and biases every direction you look. The trick is to figure out which ones matter and how to move the culture or cultures so that they cease to matter. That is, I think, one of the big challenges we all face moving forward together. And it's one of the reasons I just love the look of this room and the look of space apps in general and the distribution across the whole planet of people who are about to spend an entire weekend thinking about some of the challenges that we all face.
One of the reasons why I liked this project with building a new model of a spacesuit was that the single piece of garment in the past was so discriminating. If you see the specifics about just a couple of years ago, the what were the specifics for a spacesuit. It can fit 95% of male body and only 5% of female body, types of the body, which was very discriminative, and then very discriminative towards uh, different body shapes, and how we're going to explore the space and research there and build facilities over there if that single piece of garment that will be our life support is so discriminative toward female or towards different people that doesn't fit the profile. I even had one very good still have very good friend that worked in the past for NASA. Now he's with SpaceX. Garrett Raisman. He's shorter than me from kind of until here, and I'm not very tall. He was sharing the story how he couldn't fit when he was having his career as an astronaut. There was a guy that when they were testing that told him that they will never choose him because he's too short to fit the spacesuit. Eventually, he went through the process. He was selected to be an astronaut, and he actually had taken 3 moonwalks. The other guys became an astronaut, but never managed to fly. But learning that is the way to discriminate if someone will go and explore space and go into this field. And some of the first spacesuit fitting only 5% of females, that was something, one of the reasons what motivated me to explore further this year.
Well, I just wanted to thank everyone for such an incredibly inspiring conversation that we had, and thank you also to the audience for your questions. We'll now have the time and opportunity to speak more during our lunchtime. Thank you.
Y'all are doing such a great job.
And just make sure to do that. One second, and just subject is gone.
I'm Mark, by the way. That was great.
Investing in space. I was working in Singularity last year. No, I was a professor here. Yeah. Yeah, I have promising. Not that one.
No, I'm not exactly so like my background was really so Yes. It will be, yeah, it will be very good. The reason, I love those classes is that they know I'm not no industry right now. I use business. Yeah, that's just But see, the whole thing is that the industry has to thrive on what you say specific goal, right? You have to follow your strategy here. Here, that's that. I say, what do you want to do? And then you just like, I want to go here, I want to do that, I want to do that, and then it's just like, anyway, maybe I can see no news, eyesight, that's the legal here, so we have a balance, right? Like they, when they come to the space station, they go back to the right? So like this is contagious, so you have to get gas, but not from the first, So there's a whole different places that you make as a, and then so your body has already, your biology has already changed more. That's why you like you didn't mention that they might be changing well, I don't know, there's a really nice study about the two astronauts that are doing one with space for a year and the other one's not. So if you look at the data, I mean, who's the one in space? He's the study. That's it. So it's stuck here. But, that's good. He's still so therapy more cohorts what he knows about space skills. Yeah, but it's still, but it's still, still, there are things that, must not say when you say all those muscles, because you don't need to make sense, it has to face, So he has to make muscles, yes, and the bones, right? And then the eye, he could send mixed spheres when you're asleep, so trying to make spheres. So like the no, just like your eyeball, you can wrap, it's an oval, right? When you go in space, it's a sphere. So when they use a different way and over time, it's becomes a permanent, thing that you have to when you go back and like, the so so they might lose eyesight, right? Yeah, but in that case, I don't pay for all that. Just yes, yeah, yes. All that technology. Yes, it was. Yes, I am. I'm everywhere. Twitter. Yeah, like I do it in Instagram and then Twitter and then Facebook and gets otherwise well, the thing is that I'm doing all these cool things, like I was saying, and it gets used in the back. Nobody knows about all these things, right? That we're doing this little the next is to be advocates. Yes. To advertise, what really is in there. Oh well. Okay. Oh, yes. I have no I'm like, I don't know. You know, and I've worked for three startups in the effort of oh, great. Oh, well, I was hungry. I never knew that you were going to stay for really I didn't even know. Okay.
So I wanted to see if you know, follow us.
Everybody needs help here. Oh yeah, and you know what? That's amazing. What you got to do, and we really need that outreach. Because you get those in the background.
It's not like so. What's
And you can actually reward, right? Confidence.
so you can find better
You're like, ah, that. Yeah.
Big molecule, like,
Oh yeah,
that's totally small. It's not small.
No, I mean that could be anything that is, you know, I know that people are not, especially if you're a researcher and what you're doing is sometimes they do because they're money, there's funding, right? And if you're able to help them create a business that helps scientists to get funding, you know, that is it was really exciting. Well, think about it. Steve Jobs, right? Before he started Apple, the entire focus system, you know, developed his work and software now. So if you do something sort of like that, but market to future experts, or the other thing that I do is usually do the SBIR, because a lot of companies and then they come out with that and then what happens? They run out of money. They can act like this. And be small business. So now you got the small business, investment, research, and international. So when I'm they would call actually over to develop and sell farms, right? And they do it every year. It's a small company, minorities, black person, and then they develop it. And then after that, NASA is really good. They will find one more, right? They can show the economy. And then if they reach 4 or 5, then they can try. So after, after that, we have to do what happened is that because they don't know they get lost. They don't know what to talk about. And that is for yes. Yeah. And they do conferences, so it is and then also space form. The space form. There's a lot of I run by I was a session on a Jen's session on the I don't care about this, but I care about influence and examination. Books that, not just about women, it's about all the minorities. There is male, female, right? Do, come to feel right. That's a great thing. Actually, the reason why I'm like dressing is lab fun is because I was in the lab doing some tests for my cover, and so I had to come over here, so I just didn't shoes. But I need to come here and go back. So I might just get a bit sad here. Yeah, so it's nice to meet you. Yes. Oh yeah. Yes. Bye. I understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like fun. So you think it was. So you mean like systematic? Yeah.
what's the matter? I don't know, days by days. So, yeah. Hold on. Let's